You could have a steam train, bow, bow. If you just lay down your tracks, you could have an aeroplane flying. If you bring your blue sky back, all you do is call me. Boom, boom, boom. I'll give you anything you need. Boom, boom. You could have a big dipper, bow, bow, going up and down around the bends. You could have a bumper car, bumping. This amusement never ends. I wanna be brown, your Scrufdog, brown. Why don't you call my name? Won't let me be a Scrufdog, brown. This will be my testimony. Yeah. Alright. Oop, forgot that one.
There we go. What's up, everybody? That was a last minute song change or song pick. It's a good fucking song. Let me close that down. What is going on, everybody? Welcome. I am Scrufdog. This is Live After Clive 34? Something like that. Yeah. So welcome. If you're joining late, check the live button. Make sure you are current. It is red. Click it if you need to. Oh yeah, definitely one of the best music videos ever made there, David. So we had the Early Crew Plus in here today. Gas Masher Joe Russ Phil in the kitchen who broke the door again, and Franco Walker. We also had Katrina Bryce, Mr. A Cake, Queen Liz, Lock Watcher, and a bunch of other people that joined a little bit later. There's Pianoman, Rob, Graham Shaw, what's going on? 404, JB, Deltic Engine, Kevin Harsey, there's Chippy, David Garcia, Maurice Walker, hey, what's up, BigClive? YouTube page was guzzling memories for some reason. A refresh went from 1.8 to 84 meg. Jesus, it's probably trying to buffer everything. All right, let me click that button there. All right. So if anybody's wondering about the results of last week after consuming roughly 3 grams of THC, I was fine. My neck didn't hurt for a couple days. That was kind of a nice little after effect, but no, I was fine. Got pretty good sleep. Shouldn't be any echo. If there is, make sure you don't have 2 browser windows open. That sometimes happens with the redirect. Is anybody else getting any echo? No, that's there. That's muted. That's muted. Man, we should be good. All right. Well, let's see. We'll have VertoThermoWhoofle here in about 6 minutes. Everything's good. Okay. If you do have an echo, like I said, sometimes the redirect, you'll have like 2 different windows open, like one for me, one for Clive, that redirect it to you. So you have 2 of me going. That happens. All right. What do we like today? We don't have like a whole lot going on. We're just having a regular ass stream. Everything's good. Merchbot has joined. Oh, someone bloody random found their 6-month button. Pushing the button and it's not. I don't know. The notifications are just this channel. We have thoroughly destroyed the notifications on this channel. If you're new here, hey, Coach Chagall's here. What's up, Asmo? All right. Let's see. Why don't we start with a toast? And I'm going to toast it right back at Big Clive with my fruit shake. I don't call them smoothies. I call them fruit shakes. Appreciate last week. It was a fucking great time. Everyone thinks we should do it again, and I'm sure we will. So appreciate that, Clive, and a cheers to you. YouTube has a lot of stuff it needs to fix. Apparently, the redirect's a little bit buggy. You can ask Mr. Maki about that. He has to deal with that, I believe, every week. 404, 6 months already. Much love. Much love to you, creator of the VertoThermoWhoofle. Let's see. Is this everything? Okay, we'll talk about that. We do have some cannabis things to talk about for someone who was watching. And there they are. I'm doing it on my phone, so it'll take a little while to message. All right, man, lab. Give us a couple minutes before you start asking questions, like probably after the VertoThermoWhoofle, and then I can help you in your cannabis journey. I actually have a link pulled up that I'll share at that time as well. So, oh, and a question about Fran Lad. But before we go on, while we still got a bunch of people here, so I saw something in chat earlier that made me curious. For those that watch, thanks, Combi. Siboni. Every time I see your name, I think of the crow in Danger Mouse. See, however he talks to the boss. But anyway, does Fran, like, do the moderators, or does Fran, like, herself get mad if you're, like, doing your own thing in chat? Like, something about off-topic things? A while back, my job, Atheist, a while back, my job decided they were going to schedule vacation for us because of an employee shortage. I decided to try a Delta 9 edible. At that, the local vape shop was handing out, was not warned about dosage. Ooh, that can be a thing. Yeah, that can be a Si Barone. That's what it is. Si Barone. When he says yes, Baron to the Baron. Si Barone. Just remember that. All right. Let's see here. Why don't we do this? Oh. Yellow. Mm-hmm. No, it's going to be a pretty just relaxing evening. Like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, there's a bunch of people here. Yeah, I should probably get back to them. Now, you can tell me about your mama later. Yeah, I'm sure she's fine. I'll believe it. Yep. All right. Bye. Cheers, everybody. I don't even remember what this was. This was some new shit. This was like, I'm almost out of flour. I kind of like let it go for a little while so that I could avoid the 420 rush. What's up, Josh? Test user. What strain are you? Actually, yeah, I figured it's funny. Yes, I don't know. I know part of it is there was probably about half a thing in here of watermelon gelato. But that's something from strain. I forget what flavor it is. Let's see. Cranky she is. Fran called me a typical male and accused me of mansplaining during the last live stream I bothered to watch. Can't help you. Don't really watch. Doesn't take much to rattle Fran. Gave up on Fran. Wow. Okay. Were the France? What's up, Electron Box? Were the France getting to be too much? Like, that's all I really hear about her. And the couple times I tried watching her, that's pretty much what it kind of got to be. There's Lemako. Fran got too ranty and political. Kind of stopped watching her. And Shango. Never heard of Shango. Fan Plant uses a glass screen in their bowl. Like an actual screen or one of those little things that almost looks like a fucking like pointy pokey bit thing. Thing, that thing. She got mad at me because I told her you cannot use cold resistance of a filament to the current draw of a light bulb, because you cannot use cold resistant filament. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, it's going to change when it gets hot. Fran has become off topic, so I declined one. As she just oh, you don't know what mansplaining, Bowden? That would be when like two people, like the classic, I guess, would be when like two people are having a conversation and some dude just kind of walks up and goes, "Oh no, let me tell you all about it. It's actually like this and like that, and oh, you got it all wrong, and it's gonna be like kind of one of those things where the dude just kind of steps in, and females do it as well, but it's, you know, stereotype names exist for a reason. Um, but yeah, like it's when you step in and you override someone who was doing just a fucking fine job, and half the time mansplainers get half the shit wrong anyway, and when they walk away, you got to go, Jesus, just don't, just fuck, no, let me explain. So yeah, that's pretty much about that. Yes, one looks like a jack and the other looks like a dress shirt button. What? Oh, VertoWhoofle time. Oh, what's Fran's channel? It's Fran Labs or something? I don't know, I guess if you search for Fran Labs, you'll find it. Well, I mean, I don't care if somebody wants to post a link if you really want. Like, that's fine. All right. Oh, can't get to the button because the bong's in the way. Fran Blanche. Yeah, that's it. Fran Blanche. Yeah, I think she's streaming right now. Right. Did she ever light things on fire? Seems to be popular in our community. Whee! Like that. This is a fresh batch of woofle juice. Tried to make it a little thicker, but I don't think it's thick enough. Let's take that. Maybe it is. Now let's do one of those close-up ones. So you can see the top is all hot. Good. There you go. Lee's in the background. Well, background. He's in the living room staring at me through the glass. I forgot to turn the thermometer on. Oh, wow. Fran had a beef with copyright stuff about her vintage film reels. She didn't realize that the government did make the films, but they hired a private company to produce. Oh, okay. Oh, God. What are you doing there, Just Me? Start as the channel is growing. Much appreciated for the 20, that's pounds. Oh, and it's funny, your last week for some reason at Amazon, all week they played Planet of the Apes, like movie marathons on all the break TVs. I walked in the morning, I went, what? Is that really? And then like, yeah, that was kind of cool. Good movies. Oh yeah, two streams at the same time. Well, look, I'll tell you what. Let me ask you this: does she monetize her streams, or does she, like me, or not run ads? Like, does she depend on YouTube for her fundage? I guess we could say. Cheap way for some underflooring heat in the room. What's that? Oh yeah, just light on a fire. Yeah. Well, I know where I'm staying. Next, she'll be moaning Scruff is pinching her live stream viewers. Yeah. She mostly depends on Patreon. I think she does. She only has a few hundred views. Well, like, if you're a fan of Fran, like, by all means, like, you can roll out of here and go hang with her if it's going to help her with her income. Like, we're good here, you know what I mean? So by all means, if you want to go over there and give her a couple views, maybe give her a penny or two or something, and then head back or whatever, by all, go for it. I don't mind. If someone depends on YouTube for their for food, then I'd much rather have them get some views and get some extra food. Sure. If you want to go hang out there, tell her I sent them over just to say, hey, I don't know anything really about her, but that's fine. Stuart, what's up? 10 euros. Oh, wait a minute. Hit the button. Sorry. I'm blabbing on with the wrong screen. Love your Saturday night stream, Scruff. What time did last week's stream end? I lasted 7 hours. It was 5 a.m. here in Dublin, Ireland when I hit the hay. I don't actually click that. I thought it was 6.5, but was it longer than 6.5 hours? I don't actually know. That's the one I haven't gone back to watch yet. 6 hours and 41 minutes. That's not bad. It's like I guess that's my second longest live stream. Second to the 11-hour, 51-minute Half-Life live stream that YouTube graciously cut off the last 30 seconds. Like, not a huge deal, but like, I ended it before the 12-hour mark specifically for that reason. I will look at Fran later out of curiosity, says James Randolph. Yeah, I don't know. Some YouTubers, yeah, I guess like everyone else, some YouTubers you get into, some you don't. All right, but that is interesting that, like, it's the chill stream versus the unchill stream. Oh yeah, she's chilling. That's one of her ways of regulating heat, kind of come out a little bit. It's been a little warm in here today, which is weird because it's been cold out. Ooh, toasting with a can of 9% Carpacki beer. I haven't had alcohol since 2016. Maybe one of these days. Oh, well, let's see. Brandon's talking about reality. Well, that's a real thing to talk about. Man Lab 7. If you are still here, what would you like to know? So you say you have various pains, including phantom limb pain. You want to get off of opiates. So I would recommend edibles and, like, this is just general, like, we'll get specifics, but I would recommend generally edibles that are hybrid sativa with myrcene or hybrid with linalool for that kind of stuff. Cold yesterday and hot here today too, says James. Yeah, it's like cold here now, and then was it tomorrow or the next day? It's going to be another 20 degrees warmer for like the next week. Top Smoke missed Clive. Well, I mean, we missed you too, bud. Fran is winding up her live stream. Oh, I thought someone had said it had just started. Yeah, I don't really, I don't know. Now I'm interested, maybe just sit and watch a stream, because didn't she stop for a little while for some reason? Like, I know, from what I understand, she just has things going on a lot. I'd much rather smoke than do edibles. Okay. Well, let's see. If you do a combination of both, if you work with it, you can microdose in edibles so that you don't get the high that you typically get. Also, if you go with hybrid sativa edibles or sativa with, there's a difference between getting high and getting stoned. And when getting stoned, which is like, I guess you're trying to avoid, that's when you're like, that's stoned, that's couch locked. Getting high is more of a sativa thing where you have, like, you got that little bit of a head thing going on, but it actually energizes you a little bit. You're not like, it's not like drinking a fucking Red Bull or whatever. You just want to be pain free. Yeah, don't we all? So how I generally medicate my neck, which I've read a thing on here, I guess about a month ago, of my MRI from a while ago. But I use a combination of everything because smoking is good for something that's a little quick, that's a little more heady. Um, Vaping is good. It's about the same, but you can get more of it without the scent. It's easier to travel with, and it's a little bit stronger and a lot more efficient than smoking flower. Because flower, your typical flower nowadays is 25 to 30% THC if you get medical grade. But the thing to remember is when you're smoking it, anything that the flame touches is destroyed. So out of that 25 to 30% THC, you're usually only getting like maybe half of that. So maybe 10, 15, percent compared to how much weight, you've put in for flower. However, with vaping, the oils generally run 70 to 95% THC. And since you're heating them as opposed to burning them, they're generally 80 to 90% more efficient. So you get more at once, helps get it in there quicker. And it's actually almost just a shave of a body relaxation in there, as well as like the head help. Where flower is mostly head, like can be a lot of head, whereas the vape can give you a little bit of that body. And I think it might actually because the oil is being absorbed. I don't know. But let's see, as far as flower goes, since you are, as Chippy's saying, like you're in the UK, you're going to want to get more sativa-esque stuff or sativa hybrid as opposed to indica if you're not looking to get really high. Um, and as far as regulating when it's flower, just smoke less. Have a smoke, take a puff, wait 10 minutes. Like it's not an instant. Like you get a quick high, but it will settle in over time as your liver produces, it runs through your bloodstream, yada yada. And then you can kind of learn where you need to be. Like, do you need a bong? Do you need like a one hitter? Like one of those little fake looking cigarette things that you pack in, you get like one hit out of it. Cerebral highs versus body highs, like test. Yeah, that's like body high versus head high, cerebral, which is like, um, we'll start taking a spare tank and the CBD liquid in my work bag. Okay. Like I do all of it. Do you get superpowers by drinking bong water? Asked Lem. No, no, it's absolutely not. Like, you do know, don't like. I can't even try to joke about that. As many times as I've like pulled hard on a bong or tipped and accidentally drunk bong water. Good God, no. But if you don't want to get high, I take Short Tech for immediate pain release when I have bad phone. I'm going to tell you honestly, I know nothing about pain medication because even with all my issues and the fact I'm probably supposed to get surgery on my neck and everything I've dealt with, I've never taken any prescription pain relief except for like Scalaxin. Um, and one time I had a really bad toothache and they gave me Valium. That's the only time in my life, and it was that bad that I had to take the Valium. But besides that, I'll just take a lot of Motrin and pot. So I don't like a lot of the stuff. I don't even know what it is. People are like, yeah, I take this, and I'm like, no idea what that is. I mean, obviously, I know what the main stuff is, but if you want to learn what to look for in cannabis, I'll post a link in chat. That's a pretty good cheat sheet on what to look for. I don't have any here. But like every once in a while, I'll show my bag, like that comes in, and I'll hold it up, and you can see the percentages, all the terpenes that are in there, and that link has a guide that will kind of help you. Like for me, I'm more of an indica guy. I like because I need my brain to shut the fuck up. If I'm working, I'm nothing. I don't do anything in the morning. I go to work, do my thing, come home, get cannabis up. But that's because I need my brain to just stop. Otherwise, I lay there at night. I fix every forklift I've ever fixed again. And then I think of a better way I could have done it. I think about all the shit I gotta fix and the 800 different things that could be wrong with that. So I'm more of an indica guy. So I go for things like linalool, which is really good with physical pain relief, but that is the thing you'll find a lot with cannabis is the things that help give you more physical relief can be more indica, which can get you a little bit more of a relax, not necessarily high. Again, you gotta watch your percentages and how much you use. Um, but like that should help you. Myrcene, which is pretty much in all cannabis, that's really good for pain relief. But I find linalool, which smells like laundry detergent, is really good for me. Justine Allen, is it nearly Orihime feeding time? She is on the prowl. Let me see. I have reminders set up for that. I was actually wondering the same right before the stream because I saw she was out. She's actually scheduled for feeding in like 4 days. So maybe I'll maybe get her something a little early. There. But yeah, usually when she pokes her head out like that, I know it's within a day or two. Because like well, sorry, we'll get to her. Don't worry, since she's hanging out. But the biggest thing if you don't want to get high using it is just don't smoke it and go, man, that is enough. Then take another puff. Then take another puff. Like you gotta let it settle in. And if you need quick pain relief, that's when you start getting into like dabs, which is like, you're basically smoking an entire joint all at once. A little rough, but, Chippy says, I've changed my view about pot thanks to me, Scruff. Hence my referral to the Man Lab. Like, it's really helpful. What sucks is lately that my neck pain has gotten to the point where in the past few weeks where like every once in a while, all day long it would feel like someone's kind of just lightly poking at you with like an ice pick. Well, now most of the time it kind of feels like they're just in there just kind of doing this. Just dragging it around. And it's been pretty bad lately. So I've actually had to start taking a little bit of Motrin once a day, which actually wasn't a horrible thing because I had a toothache for about a week. So I started like mouth washing and just really getting as much antiseptic and taking Motrin, and now it seems like it's gone. Oh, let's see. Let me scroll. Let's see. Shortec is a quick release opioid for when I've got really bad pain, and I take Long Tech and pregabalin. I've heard a lot about pregabalin lately for people in situations like me with nervous system pain. Apparently, I work with 2 people that take that. But I'd want to, before I consider anything like that, I'd want to look into it. And I'm glad I can help you there, Chipmunk. Like it just works. Like everyone can do your own research, but I've done my own research, and my research tells me it's nice when I'm not taking 10 to 15,000 milligrams of Motrin a day for years. Up until recently, it's been nothing. Now it's like, maybe 1,200 a day. Some days lately. Rob says I should treat myself to a massage. I've been thinking about that, but sometimes that makes it worse if they get in there and just start just beating the crap out of you. The redneck atheist, back in my early 20s, when I didn't have random on the spot UAs, I had a bong water incident almost as bad as stale cigarette ash water. Yeah, I drank stale cigarette ash water once or twice too. Yeah, that's always fun to find. Ugh. Wonder if you could infuse it into mouthwash. You could. Like, there's tinctures, alcohol tinctures. Like, yeah, I mean, you could just drip that into mouthwash and it would work. I mean, you might waste a little bit when you spit it out, but because most tinctures, you drip it under your tongue for like 5-10 seconds, let it chill, basically as long as you can before you swallow it, because it'll go in there good. Shiatsu is gentle and more like acupuncture without the pins. Well, if I go to like a massage place, I would just tell them just something easy. I used to get Swedish massages where they just beat the ever living shit out of you, and sometimes that was good, and sometimes it didn't actually help. There are cannabis suppositories, says C2S. Yes, there are. Pregabalin is used as a nerve blocker, says Man7. Yeah, that's what I've heard. What do the different colored skulls mean? That's different lengths that subscribers have either been gifted membership to the channel to see like other videos. Um, they've either been gifted or they pay like $1.99 a month to get access to the other videos. And the longer you're here, like the more stuff the skull gets. Kind of set it up. What's up, Sam? Yeah, she's we were just talking about that. She's she's scheduled to be fed in 4 days, but I'm gonna go ahead and feed her uh next couple days. Probably get them out tonight, let them thaw out, feed her tomorrow. How much is cannabis in your area? Scruff asks test user. So let's see. This is a 1 gram uh vape. The 1 gram vapes usually go for about $50. Half a grams are usually about 25, 30. Some brands get them for 20, but you can also find those on sale. On those, I run well, 3.5. I have an indica vape that just stays in the bedroom. So that way, at the end of the night, if I've forgotten everything, there's an indica go to bed vape in there. So that's like half. But besides that, I usually run with these 3 vapes. That way I can go in between the 3 and let them like chill out. But a cartridge usually lasts about a week and a half. So it's probably every 3 or 4 days I gotta swap a cart. Um, and then let's see, like an eighth of flour. I think it's like 40, $50 depending on what you're looking at. They just got my Taco Bell order correct. Need a cheers for Taco Bell. Taco Bell got a correct order? That's pretty interesting. Mouse had such we'll get to that in a second. Mouse says I had such a bad reaction to gabapentin for nerve pain. That's what one of my other cats is on. Hopefully. That it's almost banned to now try pregabalin, which is statistically worse for people that react badly for gabapentin. Oh, that's no good. Fireworks are finally starting to get fun in PA. All you used to be allowed was fountains and sparklers. Nothing went bang, or you didn't have any rockets. Yeah, Pennsylvania, the place that sells all the awesome fireworks to everyone but people that actually live in Pennsylvania. Love that shit. Have you ever made my own edibles? I used to make all kinds of stuff. Test user. I used to grow a significant amount of cannabis for the ex to help with her mental bullshit or whatever was going on. But I made a lot of can of butter, mostly just can of butter, for her to eat. Like I have a what the hell is it called? The magic butter machine. Is that what it's called? Like I have one of those. I've actually used it to make actually make butter as well, like garlic butter. Well, yeah, I guess we can do a quick toast to Taco Bell as with the bong as fitting. So, cheers to a Taco Bell for getting the order right for once. Until you get home and find out that they put triple sour cream on something that you didn't want any on, but hey, we'll see. Cannabis doesn't fix people's mental state. It only helps chronic pains and conditions. Well, it helps my mental state. I mean, it's not going to fix it, but it helps it. Time and dealing with things is any way to roll on help and yada yada can fix stuff, but cannabis just helps you deal with it a little better. Leafly is good to browse for dispensaries. Yeah, I order through Leafly. Usually they're C2S. I've tried everything over the years, and what I'm currently taking is the only thing that works. Sounds like cannabis would probably help you, Man Lab. My only concern is that you may need to take so much that for it to do what you need it to, that you may get pretty high, at least at first. But I'm also to the point where I can take a decent amount of it at this point to help pain, but not be like super stoned or baked or whatever. So you do build a tolerance where you don't necessarily get the head high, but it still does help the body. But at first, you may end up getting pretty stoned for what you possibly would need to take. But even at that, it still may help as a good supplement for other things, maybe. Maybe that with a less, like a smaller dose of what you're taking now, so that doesn't crunch you as much, and then let the cannabis take up the slack. Like, I'm not a medical guy, so obviously take my any kind of medical advice with a grain of salt, but that's just what I can think of. Maybe that would help if you can't get a good enough level of cannabis that you don't get high, or you get uncomfortably high kind of thing. Franco says diclofenac, I guess that is really good for my back. I take 220 milligrams when it hurts, and 5 minutes later, no pain. Never heard of that. Diclofenac. Is RSO generally good for pain as C2S? RSO, it's really strong, so yeah, it's pretty much good for whatever you need it for. But a lot of RSO it doesn't necessarily have as much terpenes in it, so it gets you more, depending if it's sativa or indica, it can pretty much just get you a buzz, but not necessarily help with physical pain. You kind of got to look at the terpene profile. At the very least, you want to have is for physical pain, you want to make sure there's a decent amount of CBD. Yeah, CBDs in there, because the CBD that comes from the terpenes. Everything works together, and that helps as well. CBD is also good for getting your head to shut up and calming everything down a bit. But yeah, RSO that just does everything all at once, because most RSO is over 95%, like 90 to 95% or more pure THC. I mean, it's basically black tar hash at that point, just really strong and pure version of it. That's done with alcohol extract. That's been around for decades. It's just finally become a little bit more mainstream and popular. It's just, it can be very dangerous to make because of all the alcohol vapors. And making it quick involves heating alcohol up. So, as you can imagine, people heating up alcohol with their flamed stovetops. I've had some issues trying to make RSO, which is like, no shit. But, Yeah, and CBD, the more CBD you have in something, CBD itself, while it helps with your mental and some of your physical like relaxation, it also helps counter the high effects of THC. So if you'll find some that'll say like 1 to 1, CBD to THC, you take that, you'll have a lot of the effects of the relaxation and the pain relief with a lot less of the high, because CBD helps counter THC, which is weird. I want CBD with no THC, as I just want to be pain free. CBD works well on its own, but CBD does work better with THC in it. So your best bet, like as we're going and we're kind of processing, we're talking about this, would, besides looking for something that's more sativa for yourself, they do have special blends, even in flower, that are about 1-to-1 or 5-to-1 CBD to THC, so that way you can use it and not get as high. That's another option as well. Like CBD works on its own, but CBD with THC does work a lot better. It's like adding oxygen to a fire, kind of thing. I went to a Taco Bell and saw two guys laughing their ass off watering a marijuana plant in an outside planter. They said they were the ones that had planted them in a couple places at that Taco Bell, including one inside. The outside one was decent size, and sometimes I wonder how big it got before someone took off or destroyed it. Yeah, I know a couple people, when they have extra seeds or whatever, they will sprinkle them around town. Apparently someone I know did that apparently recently as well. What in the hell? Chemical Admiral Rascal says Chem Labs use a glassware called Soxhlet extractor. It's much safer as the solvent is pumped through the cell without using a flame, but a heating mantle. Okay, yeah, that would yeah, anything flame wise is just bad for extraction. Taco Bell with extra spices. I mean, when I'm walking to Taco Bell, all I really smell is cumin. So I don't really know what kind of spices they use besides cumin. And like, salt or whatever. Like I said, I'll never call that a smoothie. It's a fruit shake. It just works. Less syllables. And that way it doesn't matter if I'm putting ice cream in there or a bunch of strawberries, bananas, and shit. Like, it's a shake. Whew. We are getting closer to Pussies and Pianos. We have new dishes. Since one of the dishes broke a couple weeks ago, I did order in new dishes. They're smaller, but they have little cats on them. So when I go out, when we play Rob, we're gonna play one of Rob's pre-recorded ones, videos for the music this evening. Whew. But before as I put the plates out, I'll show them to the camera so you can see what they look like. Hopefully it won't be like all blurry and shit. Human is 99% of Taco Bell taste to me, says C2S. Yeah, that's really all I got. Stuart Clay asked, what's in the drink? That's strawberry, bananas, orange juice, blackberries, and raspberries. Rain beef? Beef mixed with deer. Rain beef? That would be fine. Sounds delicious. I know a bunch of people that do that. If they get venison that's a little dry, they'll mix some ground beef in there just to help. Like, they'll mix like cheap ground beef with the extra fat in it to help flavor it up a little bit, or moisten it up. Oh, drop lighter on my balls. Should not do that. Ooh. DC Allen had a spinal cord stimulator implant fitted to help with back pain. I know a couple people that have had that. I've kind of considered it, but I don't know. I got the ones that you can stick on. I don't know if that's here or if that got stolen last summer. But I used to have or had one that had 4 pads that you could stick on there, and it would zing the hell out of you. Yeah, I don't think you can buy horse here. That's 420 somewhere. Always a reason to take a bong hit. Cheers, everybody. 420. That's just about. I think that was a good hit, but that was the last good one. I gotta go to the store tomorrow. Means I gotta email my or text my boss tomorrow. Taking the work van out. I got another mic cover. Because this one technically is like a lot too big. It was bigger than they said it was, so I kind of modified it to make it work. But then I decided to just get another one, and I'll throw this in the back somewhere. 420 in Nevada. That's about right, I would say, around Nona, somewhere around there. Loco Moco. What the hell is Loco Moco? Which mouse do I have? Which keyboard am I using? Loco Moco. Three layers of rice, hamburger patty, and an egg smothered in a savory gravy. Well, that looks fucking amazing. Huh. Classic Loco Moco. Let's see what that is. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking post this picture. Or post this link. That looks just fucking amazing. Which mouse? Oh, keyboard, there we go. Huh. I love like a breakfast burgers that come with ground beef in them and eggs and bacon and all that stuff. That sounds really fucking good. And anything with rice, like I've mixed rice and gravy before, and it really is a good combination with like, you know, like over meat or whatever. On May 24th, 2007, the last slaughterhouse in the USA producing horse meat for human consumption was closed by state statute. Yeah, I didn't realize it was that long. I thought that stuff was a long time ago. Not like anything with gravy on it. Like, gravy's just fucking amazing. Like, a lot of times when you're eating gravy, you're not eating the thing with gravy. The thing is just there as a medium to carry the gravy to your face. It's kind of like like when I do baked potatoes in there, which I'm probably going to do a cooking with Scruffle on that. I just kind of fucking get around to it. Um, like a baked potato is more of a medium to carry the butter and cheese to my face than it is necessarily to eat the potato. Quiet Jack attack. We're not talking biscuits right now. Are you sure it uses cookies and not biscuits, Franco? Are web browser cookies in the UK called web browser biscuits? That shit is an edible gravy spoon. That looks good. Like I may have to. I have. Motherfucker, I have all. God damn it. Doing to me. Alright, I'm making that tonight. Where is it got? Am I really out of fucking. Wow, I am. Ooh. What's up, Nick Miller? Appreciate that. Right, what is this thing called? So let's see, we have egg, burger, rice gravy. Like, I have all of that. I am going to make that tonight, and I guess I'll go ahead and film it. It was mentioned that you could make a Loco Moco with a big slice of meatloaf. Yeah, that would be fine. I've eaten meatloaf over rice before. Actually, when I did that, I made extra topping that instead of it so that it would match the well, I made extra topping like the ketchup and sugar topping, and just put it in there in a metal bowl, basically a cat bowl, and let it cook with the meatloaf so that the flavor profile was the same. And I used that as a gravy over the meatloaf and the rice. All I really would have had to have done would be add the fucking egg. Yeah, I'm gonna try that tonight. Cookies over here are spyware, not food. Yeah, really. Internet cookies don't taste very good, says Admiral Rascals. Yeah, they're a little hard to chew on. Potato with genuine real butter is delicious, says Stuart Clear. Absolutely. I go between real butter or country crock margarine with calcium added. I keep both, and it kind of just depends on what happens. Butter. How many are aware of the difference between regular butter and cultured butter? Asks Rifleman. In the USA, very few are aware of the difference, including me, making cultured butter hard to find. I have no idea. For the Loco Moco, the beef patty, it should have some panko or breadcrumbs for filler. Well, I have some pre-made pre-made beef patties that I have frozen. I made, and then I froze them for making burgers. I'll see about doing that, or maybe we'll see. Buttered mashed potatoes with garlic, says the redneck atheist. That is my favorite way to make them. Make My favorite way to make mashed potatoes is, a bunch of big ass russet potatoes. Sometimes I'll throw in a couple of red potatoes as well. Quarter them up, boil the shit out of them until everything's nice and soft. Strain the water, mash them up, put way too much butter in there, a little bit of salt and pepper, like just a little bit of the salt, regular salt, but then I'll put in some garlic salt, and then fresh minced garlic, and then I'll put just a pinch too much milk in on purpose. Like, I like my mashed potatoes creamy, but I'll put in a little too much so that I have a reason to slow simmer it after I put all that garlic in there for like another couple minutes to help thicken it back up. But then it gets the garlic flavor all in there. And then right at the end, I actually don't add the pepper to the very end, and I'll put the fresh pepper on top. Yeah. I haven't made them like that in a little while, too. Real low salt butter is very good. I have, actually, right now the butter I have is salted butter. What do you mean for cultured butter? Clarified butter? In that case, you might find it's as ghee for Indian dishes. Yeah, I have no idea what cultured butter is. Regular butter contains cream with the option of salt. Culinary butter contains the addition of a cheese type culture, changing the flavor significantly. Huh. So it's cheesy butter. That sounds pretty good. Someone spread a fan's ashes on the field at Franton Park last week. The calcium phosphate killed the grass. Whoops. Black Watcher. I buy ghee at Aldi. I feel like ghee. I may have had ghee before, but I don't know. Mashed potatoes with tomato sauce on a sandwich. I mean, I can see that. Ghee can sit on the counter. Well, we can get some butter. I can see you tampons. Why do you need 6? What happens to you? Asks Ben Hall. I don't know how tampons relate to butter, but I mean, if we can find a correlation, if there's some correlation, I'm sure this group is the group that could find a correlation between tampons and butter. Clarified butter is butter with the water removed. That's what ghee is. Oh, okay. So it's just buttery or butter. Do I? Oh no, I finished my Braunschweiger. I have a little bit of a cheesesteak sub left in there, but I'm gonna eat that motherfucking. I'm gonna eat that sandwich tonight. Loco Moco. I want to make sure I leave that tab open. All right. What? Yeah. Someone's talking about pooping. Nice. C. Baroni says best sandwich for me has to be fish fingers with lots of tartar sauce. Not real big on fish sticks. I think because I had them a lot when I was a kid, and it just got old. And it seems like with fish sticks, it doesn't matter which one you buy; they all taste the fucking same. Like there's like one factory on the planet that makes fish sticks, and they're all the goddamn same. If you have had butter with your lobster, you have had ghee. Lobster is served with clarified. Okay, so that okay, it is a little bit different. Yeah, okay. I've had lobster once. Not wasn't really impressed, but that's because I live in Maryland, so I want like steamed blue crab with Old Bay or rock salt. It's not a lobster. Like I when I was younger, like much younger, I would catch crayfish and like get the snack out of them, but that was about it. I hate American recipes, says Chipmunk. There's a lot of fat, a lot of sugar, especially in our cookies. Fish fingers with tartar. I have fish fingers. Custard. Craig Matthews is off. Have a good night. I like what the hell the fucking the eclair things with Boston cream pie in them. I guess it's Boston cream, chocolate covered Boston cream pie fucking eclair things. Those are awesome. Custard pie is pretty good. Boiled potatoes and mint sauce. What is mint sauce? Is that actually like minty, or is that one of them weird British things that means something completely different? Like biscuit head. Actually, no, there's a little bit more in this. Let me clear this. I'm going to tap it out. Just had a tunic tea cake. Okay. Tea cake. Mint leaves in vinegar. That's, really? Peanut butter head. Hey, yeah, whatever, man. I love me some fucking peanut butter. Mint sauce is minty. That's different. America's Test Kitchen Taste Test Fish Sticks. Gordon's was a clear winner. My new air fry has been almost exclusively used for fish sticks and tater tots. Oh, I love me some fucking onion, some like onion and potato tater tots. Oh, there, Rifleman. I haven't actually had tater tots in a while. I don't know. Put that on the list. Y'all just got to wait a second. Because it's, I forget who makes the ones with onion in them. Like, they're just fucking amazing. Put those in the air fryer. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If you don't know what a tater tot is, it's basically just, I don't know, it's like a hash brown. It's a tubular hash brown kind of thing. But since it's smaller, there's usually a little more crisp to it. Wow, we got on topic of food really early. It's usually not till about like another hour or so. Corruption is still a scandal in Scotland. Well, yeah, it's kind of the planet now. Potato croquettes. I feel like I've heard of that. I wonder if it's called something else over here. I don't know. Leave that up. Classic logo moco. Potato keyboard. Potato croquettes. Okay, that's kind of tater tottish. Yeah. Does this kind of have to be like ultra tater tot? Tater tot. Tater tot extreme. Yeah, ain't bad. I made stuff similar to that. Like I'll take mashed potatoes that are left over, and I'll make like I've taken them and like added like a bunch of shit to them, like breading and well, I'm sorry, like bacon bits and pieces of egg once, like with some bacon bits or like breakfast stuff, and then kind of let it sit and not really dry out, but like warm up a little bit, and then roll it in breading and deep fried it. That was pretty good. Poor microphone. Like potato croquet is similar in the concept to tater tots, is worth one. Yeah, see that's not a bad. I'll keep that one in mind. Potato scone, another weird word. Scone. I guess one of these days I'll have to get a biscuit, like my kind of biscuit, on here and be like, what the do you call? I'm pretty sure what you call a scone is what we call a biscuit. Weird people, biscuit head. Croquettes are lush, says Robert. Pianoman Rob, which actually we should kind of get around to doing pussies and pianos here, shouldn't we? All right. Well, why don't we do that? Let's see. Yeah. Let me get that. Let me find the right mouse. That. Don't put that. Put that over there. So are we ready for some pussies and piano? Roll pussies and piano. How about bubble and squeak? Bubble and squeak? No idea. Is that dishwater or something? Test eater is more of a hash brown guy. I like McDonald's has some really amazing hash browns. Rural Farms hash browns are good if they leave them in for like an extra 15 seconds. And when I make hash browns, I usually don't. I just throw a bunch of shit in there, and it just kind of works. Rob has two pianos. Oh, he does have two pianos, so I guess we could leave it like that. My favorite fast food breakfast is Sonic bacon and egg broche sandwich and tater tots. I have had that, and that is a really good breakfast. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, there is a Sonic around here. I'm pretty sure that's still here. They're a redneck atheist. Yeah, it's a really good anything broche or like a brioche, brioche, like super butter, biscuity bread. Fucking great. All right, I'm gonna go. I'll show, like I said, watch. I'll show you the plates as I set them down, so you can see the new plates. Like they are a lot smaller, so we'll see how much they push all the food off of it as well. All right, let me switch it over. I guess I need to turn the desktop up. We'll go to 2.2 or 2.4. And I'll make sure it's playing, and then I'll go do the whoa. Okay. That's up, that's good, and go. That's good. Double shot. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, thank you, Rob. Pianoman Rob, aka Rob Worrell. Appreciate that. And yes, that is pre-recorded, the Man Lab 7. Rob sends us recordings to play while the cats do their thing. And you asked which is my favorite. I have been asked that in the past. So one day I decided to kind of ponder that. And that was one of them things that came down to one thing if I had to answer. So if I absolutely had to answer, then it would be Tiny Mama, who was in front pretty much the whole time. She just walked away. And the only reason that she gets that one leg up is because if it wasn't for her, then I wouldn't have those two you see right there, or their three brothers and sisters, which have moved out. But without one Tiny Mama, there wouldn't have been 5 awesome kittens. So if I had to pick, it would be Tiny Mama. But for that reason alone, that is the only advantage she has. Is because without her, we wouldn't have Poofy Girl and Ronnie right there. Oh, yeah, they always leave stuff on the floor. They're pretty messy. I usually vacuum before the streams, but I think I'm probably going to start vacuuming after the streams. Tiny Mama has the tri-colored coat, yes. She is a calico. Like, she is very small as well. Like, she was, like, it happened, just actually a couple days ago. I happened to notice, like, she was standing up and Ronnie, right there, the ginger boy,
Like he walked up to her in the kitchen and his head is like the bottom of his chin is above the tips of her ears when he's standing up, when they're both standing up tall. It was like, wow. And she just walked out behind Lee. Whereas Lee right there, she's a diluted tortie shell. Whereas opposed to being like dark brown, black, uh, red with a little bit of like white, she's pretty much gray with red. A little bit of cream patches here and there, but she generally looks like a gray cat that ran through a cinnamon factory. Yeah, Tiny Mama's got a little bit of a floof to her. Poofer's right there. She's the pooferiest one. Ronnie's pretty lean with a fairly short coat. When Poofers was a kitten, she had like the dual. Well, she still has a double coat, but her double coat was extremely double coat when she was a kitten. Like she was very poofy. Like she looked like one of them. Yeah, the hell are the white flower? What you blow them and they like blow away those. She looked like one of those things. She was so poofed out. Closed my eyes and transported 42 minutes into the future. It's a miracle, says Bowden. Yes, we all do kind of possess that type of time travel. And they have been enjoying the new cat setup, which I'll release to the public this coming week. You'll get to see the time lapse of the cat wall I built for them that you've seen like in pictures and stuff. Ronnie is really taking his time to eat. That's really bold around his sister. As if you've been here before, you know she is the fuzzy gray vacuum cleaner. It's windy here. Wind carries the cold. It's really cold still. I want to immigrate to somewhere less damp and cold, but too many things to tie me here, says Graham Shaw. Yeah, like I would personally, I wouldn't mind living in a slightly different environment, like locale kind of thing, but all my cool stuff is here, and the house is slowly becoming more customized, more scruffed. So I think I'm gonna hang out here, especially because there ain't no fucking way on the planet I'm gonna find a house as suitable, like this size, or as suitable to my needs, for as cheap as I got it. Because I bought it right at the very, like right at the almost bottom of the housing market. So I got the house really cheap. Luckily, and I'm almost down to owing less than 100,000 on it, which is amazing. Like I think I'm gonna get there this year. Rifleman says, I do believe this is unique YouTube fare. Cats having a peaceful meal with classic music live accomplishment. There's similar channels that do kind of that, like the cat. Like you'll find like I watch occasionally. I watch like the cat rescue channels that'll live stream all day, all night. Sometimes they have a little bit of music on there, and then you get to watch like 100 cats eat all at once. It's like God, you can't imagine going on at that point, especially if they got gushy food. Ooh. It's like slapping wet bologna slices together, but like 100 people doing it at the same time. Hey, what's up, Carrie? How are you? How are your tubes? Oh, speaking of prepper stuff, Clive mentioned water purification. Forgot about that. As soon as Ronnie's done licking the plate here, Poofers is just poofing along. I think the plates are a pretty good size. I think I like them better than the big ass red plates, even though they seem to be pushing it off more. But I think the next batch of Fancy Feast will be non-gravy. I'm going to try the pate again, and maybe that'll be a little less floor messy. A bit tired, but nice. Had a fun time on Fran's stream. Was she grumpy this evening? We had a light discussion of her stream today and like how she's been kind of negative lately, I guess is the way to put it. Was she cool tonight? Just like the couple times I've tried, as I said, I'm not trying to necessarily restart the whole conversation, but as I said earlier tonight, like I when you watched her a couple times, and both times it was just she was mad. He really does blend in with the carpet when you look at him from above. I've almost stepped on him so many times when it's been dark in here that I just don't move through the house in the darkness anymore. Try them on dry cat food, which is easy. Well, they get dry cat food all the time. The dry cat food, like if you look at the screen, you see the new scratchy roller coaster hill looking thing, like eh, about a foot to the right of that, or about 30 centimeters to the right of that, is a gigantic, like one of those things that looks like a water cooler, but it's full of food, and it just kind of autofill dumps into the bottom. I keep one of those made for large dogs there for them, so they always have dry food. Like I free feed my cats, and they seem to do fine. Ronnie's skinny, Mama's skinny, Poofers is poofy, and Spaz is Spaz. Fran is Fran, but I do think she is a good person. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's all that counts. 100 cats eating dry food. Yeah, it's gonna sound like a fucking like gonna sound like a dryer full of biscuits. All right, well, now we're just looking at her back, so I guess we'll go ahead and hit this button. And yeah, Clive was saying something about water purification. Uh, what I would recommend, it's kind of, I mean, it's been out of the pack and stuff, but if you've ever heard of Sawyer, like this blicky right here, you can get it in different sizes, different packs. I just got the one that comes with like everything, different adapters to put it on bottles, bags, camel packs, stuff like that. But this filter right here is rated for 100,000 gallons of water. As long as you follow the instructions, and every time you use it, you just save a little bit of water to back flush it out. And so many YouTubers and different people have tried this, and it filters out like just short of drinking fucking mud. This will give you pretty much clean water, uh, as both a physical and biological filter. So I highly recommend a Sawyer filter for your survival needs, because you buy one and you're good forever, pretty much. Life Straw is pretty good as well. They're not quite as large and filtery, but life straws are good for like stream water and stuff. Whereas the Sawyer filter, like you just put whatever you want. It's good stuff. All right, top of the hour toast. Oh yeah, fuck. Yeah. I forgot. I saved my soda for the week for tonight. Totally forgot to bring it. I got my my A&W root beer. So we'll do a top of the hour toast. Can they remove salt from water? You know, I'm not sure. I'll try it. I'll let you know. It would be interesting. I don't know if you can dip that in the ocean or not. Actually, actually, I'm sure somebody's tried that. But let's do a top of the hour toast to everybody's watching, subscribers, the goofballs, everyone. Appreciate y'all hanging out, having a good time, just chilling, relaxing, doing our thing. Desalination is a thing. I thought that did require electrical, but I don't know. Let me put that over there. I'm gonna put this water back up because fuck water. I got root beer. Good old fake sassafras. I like that it is filtery. Nuka Cola. Ah, yeah, Nuka. I'm probably going to be installing Fallout 76 and dicking with that in whatever mode I can that's free. Yeah, because I got me and a couple people in here got Prime codes. Get Fallout 76, like the game for free, but I don't know what you have to and not pay for and all that crap. Never had root beer. It's really good. It's like the more genuine, the closer you can get to genuine sassafras root extract root beer, the better. But A&W is a good cheap root beer, but they were out of the good stuff at the store when I went. They just send Scrufdog some rare ginger beer. I don't like ginger beer. I've had imported ginger beer. Um, from various countries because someone I used to have to deal with on a daily basis really likes ginger beer. So yeah, I've had it imported from all over the world. Different types, different flavors, different strengths. Not my thing. Ginger beer is just kind of like what you got there, Bella? Carbon, water, carbon, hydrogen, carbon, hydrogen, carbon, hydrogen is carbon, hydrogen. Okay. Saffron. Like, I love ginger ale. It's not ginger beer. Not ginger beer myself. Capo. Capper. Fuck, dude. Copperberg. Do a nice alcoholic ginger beer. Yeah, I've had an alcoholic one, what, two of them? Something like that. It's not too, come on, man. Ain't nothing to really too spicy for me. It's just not digging the flavor. I don't know. Like, I obviously love spicy stuff. I may actually, oh shit. Let me write that down. My boss is going to try hydroponically growing peppers and chilies. And I think I said this last week. Um, and he said he would try growing some Carolina Reapers for me. I need to go grab those seeds and break him. I need to break him off a little something something. See if he can grow me some Reapers. I was like, dude, if you grow me Reapers, I'll fucking pay you for them just to have some fresh Reapers. And we can taste test them on a live stream. Oh, man. Oh, I wonder if one of the lapel mics would pick up my neck. Oh, there's my merch link. Yeah, in case you didn't know, Big Clive's birthday glass. Clive was cool. Clive out of nowhere just said like we could go ahead and sell it. So if you like Clive's birthday glass, it's now the first item on the merch page. Um, Made it as cheap as I could because shipping prices suck, but that's the best we could do. It's the glass itself is $14.49 US, and then if you're in the US, I think it's $6 or $7 to ship, and in the UK, I think it's like $10, 10, $15. Is World War III going to happen? At some point, I'm sure it is. There, Stuart. Sad to say. Hopefully later than sooner, because like I'd like to get my stuff done before it gets all blowed up. You know what I mean? Scruff, Pure Cap, a bit weak, doesn't taste of much. I like Pure Cap. It's good. You put it with a little bit of other stuff. Kind of use it as a dip. Weapons grade peppers. That sounds like a lot of fun. I've been trying, like, I haven't looked recently, but I'd love to get a hold of some Pepper X seeds. But I don't know if those are released to the public yet. Shipping prices suck. Just made it to the stream. Yeah, shipping prices are horrible, and they just Printify just started offering economy shipping more than they could, just to try and help. But I don't know what they're doing. Pepper X is a myth. I'm pretty sure they're out there. They're just, last I heard, they were just kind of like stuck as medical grade kind of thing, which is like really fucking intriguing. Like, oh, that's medical grade? You have medical grade peppers? Bring it in. Well, let me try that motherfucker. I'll just fucking eat the whole goddamn thing. Eat the whole goddamn thing. We'll see what happens. Although usually the raw peppers are usually hotter than any of the processed bullshit you get. Like the said pack a challenge. Waiting for the glass, as you know, says just me. Yes. Actually, I haven't checked on that. Oh my god, I got my hands at the correct keyboard for once. Continue. Continue. Orders. That's one. Scanned into sack container. What? In New Jersey. Coming DHL. To your town. Eventually. Well, at least it's moving. That's cool. DHL seems to be pretty reliable in Europe. Does that sound right to you Europeans? But that's what I've heard. Metal grade peppers, what do they do? Suture your insides? They're actually, they use, capsaicin is really good for use in nasal stuff, not just like burning it, but like clearing nasal passages without like the spice. You can actually use it like in very light doses in eye drops, which is fucking weird, but that works. Um, I've heard that they've been messing with it to use it as a local pain, um, like pain cream, like pain, like localized pain suppression kind of thing. I guess because it just overstimulates the nerves to the point where they just go, you know what, we're gonna need a minute, and they just like fuck off for a little bit while, something like that. Mouse says, yeah, DHL, FedEx, and UPS are all reliable. Yeah, over here, DHL is, they seem to be a little hit or miss. I'd say UPS is the most reliable. FedEx is really hit or miss. And United States Postal Service is like good fucking luck. You never know what's going to happen. Medical grade capsaicin is used for topical pain relief. It's used as a patch, doesn't cause a burning sensation, but attenuates the pain receptor. Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, electron box. That's, yeah. Got it. When is Big Clive's birthday? Asked Christian. That was a couple months, through 3 months ago, something like that. When did I get the flannel? Because the flannel was going to show up like a week after his birthday, but then that got reprinted and failed and reprinted and failed. That was in March. So I guess it's what? Was it March? No. But I don't know. Somebody on here knows. I forget his exact birthday month. Can effect? Is that a dancing? Why are chilies in food? For fuck's sakes, me and my wife were dining on Friday afternoon and had food in a place called the Bell Pepper. Oh, that sounds fucking great. In Kulak, Dublin. I stupidly took one off the side of my wife's plate, says Stuart clearly. I love me some chilies. I don't like anything spicy, hot, stuffed peppers, stuffed jalapenos. Like someone tried to get me once. They said, "Hey man, made some stuffed jalapenos." I went, "Oh, cool." Didn't ask like what was in them. I just assumed cheddar, but they thought they were going to be funny, and they stuffed the jalapenos with ghost peppers. And I ate that shit, and I went, "Wow, that's a really spicy jalapeno. You got any more?" And they're like, "Oh fuck." I'm like, "What?" And they told me what they did. I'm like, "Come on now, you know that shit ain't gonna fucking bother me." God, ghost peppers. It's like some amateur hour bullshit there, son. Ed was claiming 2.5 million for the Pepper X, and the sauce was 2.63 million Scoville heat units. Yeah, that's what I remember hearing about 2.5. You're saying not? Has someone got a hold of Pepper X and been able to do their own testing? There, Bella Legreasy? Jonathan Hughes says ghost peppers rock. They have a lot of flavor. They do. They do have a really good flavor. Um, that is one thing they're good for. Did you tell the story of your brother-in-law? I don't have a brother-in-law. I don't know that I've really ever had a brother-in-law. Like, kind of, but I don't know that I've ever had any stories to tell about him. I never actually met the person. I don't know what you mean there, Fama. Johnny Scoville had it tested at 2 different labs and it came back as 60. What? 60,000? What did he give him some fucking cayennes? Shit, cayennes, no, cayennes are usually what, they're, what, 500,000? Huh. Oh, no, that wasn't a brother-in-law. That was some like a friend of mine's uh uh boyfriend. Um, he came over to family night, and for some reason he had heard that I enjoy spicy food, and he thought he was a little badass, so he brought over some ghost peppers, a bag of like probably 6 or 7 of them. And he goes, "Hey, I hear you like you pretty good at eating ghost peppers and spicy stuff." I'm like, "Yeah, I do that shit all the time. Like I enjoy the flavor of spicy." Oh no, you're good, Fama. Sorry, that was just confusing. But yeah, I know what I'm just talking about. He's like, "I hear you had spicy stuff." I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Was it $10 or $5 or 20?" Like it was, I forget the exact dollar amount, but uh, it was either 10 or 20. I'm pretty sure there was a zero in there. It's been a while, kind of thing. But anyway, he goes, "For every ghost pepper, you gotta that like I eat more, or whoever eats more ghost peppers. Like if one person eats 3 and the other person eats 1, that's a $20 difference. That's two. If they're $10 a ghost pepper, that's a $20. The other person 20. If it's 4 and 1, the other person $30. That kind of thing. He wanted to have the contest. I'm like, all right, that's cool. I was like, "You want to go first? Show me what you got since you're the challenger. Like I want to see what I'm up against." He's like, "All right." So he takes ghost pepper, takes like, they're about, they're about the size of the thumb. He bites off the tip, starts eating, and goes, yeah, this is hot. This is hot. Bites off another tip. Well, man, he's a little bit stronger than I remember. And this is so over the period of like, it was 15 to 20 minutes. What's up, Chris? He finally finishes, and he goes, all right, let's see what you got. So I reach in the bag, I picked up a ghost pepper, ate the whole thing, swallowed it, ate it, and I go, all right, you ready for the next round? He went, what the fuck? And I went, I'm waiting. You're Mr. Badass. He goes, all right. So he grabs another one, and he's watching me because he's waiting for me to, I guess, have a reaction. So he bites another one in half, roughly. Just can't take it, puts it down. And he goes, no, I think I'm done. I'm done. I'm like, oh, cool, I'm next. And I go to reach for another one, and he grabs the fucking bag and just rips it out of my hand. I'm like, all right, man. Like, if you didn't bring any money, you shouldn't have fucking showed up, kind of thing. I thought that was just funny. Someone wanted to challenge me to a heat off that had, like, barely even spoken to me or met me before. And then they show up and they can't even bring their A game. Like, get the fuck out of here. Where the hell's my lighter at? There it is. It's on my dick. Have I tried Scottish bonnet peppers? Asked Graham Shaw. Yes, I have. I've pretty much tried all of the, I'd say almost, or whatever, the top 10. Like what are they? They got 7-pot, chocolate something or other. Like, I forget the names. I used to actually have a chart. My neighbors from Trinidad, and they would bring me over Trinidad scorpion peppers all the time when they grew them. But Carolina Reapers, ghost peppers. There's some other word. Like, I know the names. Like, I've tried them all. They're all fucking delicious, and they're all spices. Rob says, I have had that experience on the pool table a few times. What, you like, run the table? Moving taps into our minds and patterns. It's very good for us to. Oh, right. Yeah, music. Music is actually one of the things they highly recommend for someone that's been gaslit to help get their brain back in order. Just listening to music just kind of help arrange, calm, um, especially something with a strong, constant beat that your brain can just kind of mesh with. He decide what is my favorite pepper flavor, like the he. Probably is a ghost pepper, really. Like, like a ghost pepper really, for me, it has a really good balance between the heat and the flavor. It's like a Carolina Reaper has a good flavor. I like the sweet flavor you get from a Carolina Reaper before it punches you in the face with the cap. But a ghost pepper still has some of that sweetness to it without so much punch to the heat, so you can enjoy the flavor more as your mouth is caught on fire. I'd probably say the ghost pepper, most likely. It's a really good everyday pepper kind of thing. Like the ghost pepper chips that Paquet makes are pretty fucking good. See you later, Graham Shaw. Have a groovy evening. You are welcome, Rifleman. Oh, I love chilies there, Bella. Like, I used to be way into all that when I did. Like, I don't think I don't know if I still have all the posters I got from the one chip challenge and the what, the 2021 one chip challenge, and both the death nut challenges I did. Well, I posted, wasn't one of my death nut challenges is in the members section. I don't know if that ever went public or not. But that was a one when I did. I think that's the one where I took 7 death nuts at the end because I took some from everybody. Because the first time I did it, I only had like 2 in the pack, and I ate the death nuts at the end, and I thought they were broken. Like, I thought maybe they packaged the wrong ones. So the next time I did the death nut challenge with a bunch of other people in the office, I took extra ones they had, so I took 7 at once, and that's when I realized it wasn't broken. I'm broken. Like, the death nut challenge is real. It's just it just doesn't bug me too much. Alcohol is a good solvent for capsaicin. So is orange juice. Citric acid works really well. When I do spicy challenges, I lay a bed of of carbs and dairy, which basically means like the best thing for me is anything pasta, Alfredo pasta. You get the dairy, you get the carbs in there, makes a good layer for the spicy to land on, so it doesn't fuck your stomach up. Have a little bit of milk in there, dairy milk, preferably. I'm a little lactose intolerant. It's okay. Almond milk works alright too, but sometimes I go with dairy. Have that for the pepper to land in. You get all that shit just gets mixed in there. It doesn't give you so much of the stomach burn, and then you finish off like once the contest is up or whatever. Crackers and orange juice or potato chips. That way you have the hard food that scrapes the surface, and the citric acid breaks down the oils, and you can get it done and be over with it quicker. And 420. Just missed that by a sec. And eat spicy stuff almost every day. Not like ghost pepper level. Like my house, my table sauce is, um, if I had to give it Scovilles, it's probably maybe 100, 200,000 Scovilles. That's like my everyday sauce. Not too bad. CBD quenches the burn. Yeah, that does help. Chris, very spicy food almost always destroys my stomach. Some people, they just can't do fine. Like, I know people that black pepper fucking blows them away. And it's just how that is. You just gotta watch. That's why, like, if I'm ever cooking for anyone else, I ask very specific questions, because I tend to make things kind of spicy. Like I said, not super spicy all the time, but yeah, the chocolate peppers, the what are the something of the bee chocolate peppers or something. Those are pretty good too. Habanero peppers and olive oil is a nice spicy dress up for salad, says Admiral Rascals. When I was vegan for 4 years, that was exactly what I had in my cabinet. Was habanero peppers. It had a couple jalapenos. Actually put just some shredded red bell pepper for a little extra sweetness, a little bit of yellow, um, and some Trinidad scorpion pepper. And I soaked that shit in oil, like, did the heat cycles with it to get the good extract out of it. And I would put that on all kinds of stuff. So that is a good recommendation. Like, soak your spices, soak your favorite things in olive oil, and then use that olive oil to cook with. And it will be pre-seasoned because it will be extracted into the oil. Give it a couple like warm cold cycles. Not like heat, but put it in a warm spot, like on your receiver, your old ass computer, your new overclock computer, or anything Intel that's an i9 will heat it up just fine. That may actually destroy it too hot. But yeah, that's really good for cooking with because it just puts a lot of, and it's not like even if you did spicy stuff, it's not like everything's going to be spicy. You get the after effect of the spicy. It just gives a lot of things a little bit of a fuller flavor without being over accentuated by the flavor in the oil, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I one of the things that when you use oil like that, you're not necessarily tasting the oil and the flavor in it. It's adding something else sometimes with the cooking process. I don't know. I got it in my head. Maybe at least 2 of you have understood that, and then we'll call it good. Whew. You are into energetic compounds. Never mix potassium permanganate. Oh, okay. Tends to self-ignite. Oh, well, that could be a problem. Jonathan Hughes did a fermented red habanero and Caribbean red habanero with garlic hot sauce. Very nice. Very nice. Another one of my signature sauces. That sounds great. I've made similar. I like using garlic in some of my extracts. Or, well, I did in some of my oils that I did. Is it me or is the camera angle different? It's a little different, but it changed like a month and a half ago. But besides that, it should be the same. Like, I keep this right here aligned with that 2x4, generally speaking, within like an half inch or so. And this up here gets lined up with that shelf, because that shelf, there's a third shelf up there. But if I aim up there, then you're not seeing anything down here. And then over that, it's just whatever happens once I get these two lined up. Yes, a jar of olive oil packed with fresh or dry hot peppers. I use the oil then and leave the peppers in the oil like on my pasta. Yeah, that's the more common one. You'll see that. That's a lot of restaurants around here will have that actually. The oil with the hot peppers in it. And they'll make it so that you can pour it out and get the peppers out onto your pasta. I've ever had jalapeno pickled eggs. I have. It's good. I've had it a couple times. You don't really find them a lot, much. The times I've had them, somebody else made them. But they're good. Like jalapenos are good. I mean, it's not. Some people that, like I said, it lights them on fire. But me, it's just a good. At that point, it's just good for flavor. Every once in a while, you get a jalapeno that'll kind of little bit, and you're like, what the fuck was that? All right, somebody's trying a little hard. Every once in a while, you'll get one, but for the most part, jalapenos are just a really good flavor. What the fuck, YouTube? Says Bella. Did something go wrong? You get a lot of hot peppers, or do you grow peppers? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So you grow peppers and make your kind of like, do you grow or buy peppers there, Jonathan Hughes? Oh, Franco said it got a strike for birds. Oh, really? What the fuck? Fran got a strike for bird song. Yeah, there's only like a couple bits and pieces of music that I'll play. One is obviously Aim to Hit. Yeah, I like using them. Like, it's just good music. And then I just found that other one that I put in the cat video, which dude makes some really good like retro synth stuff. And they're both copyright free, which I know that's subject to change at any point, but until it is, I can monetize them and everybody's cool with it. And if it changes, then it changes. So, Do you have a fire extinguisher in your toilet when you're having adults? No, actually, there, Stuart. My body has somehow figured out how to process at least some capsaicin, or at least ignore it. Um, as the day after, it's maybe warm, never hot, and holy moly, it's just you're like, oh yeah, oh yeah, it's just enough of a reminder to let you know something happened the night before. We'll say that. Like, my body just got used to it, and just like, there's no point. He doesn't care. Just give up. Or I just burn the nerves out of my bum. Whatever. They will get a piece of my mind if they copyright strike any of my classical or original piano recordings, says Rob. If you do original piano recordings and they're like all original, you should upload them to Spotify. I believe you can do that for free. You might want to check into that because at that point you can claim it if someone claims it as their own, you can be like, no, I got it on Spotify first. I think that's how that works. You might want to look into that. But I've heard that's one way to like kind of lock in a like a theme song or whatever is to get it on Spotify. So look into that. And then let me know if I was right. Pretty sure that's how that worked. Because I was kind of looking into that when I was considering making like a theme song to Scrufdog Live. But I can't think of a fucking theme song. So I don't. That's why I just do the weird thing. Whew. Mouse. Damn shame they and all nightshades give me joy. Yeah, Mouse has discussed that before. Like tomatoes, nightshade family stuff, like kind of really fucks with Mouse. With the Mr. Mouse there, that sucks. But I feel like I've heard of that before. Like we've had that discussion on Discord. Well, I know you can write music, Rob, but having it on Spotify, it kind of um, locks it into the digital world. Solanine sensitivity, says Garwood user. I do believe that's exactly what that is. I believe he has used that word. Justine Allison. It's horrible as it's so hard to avoid as nearly everything has nightshades in it. Yeah, that's once you see like all the different stuff that's in the nightshades family, you're like, ooh. Huh. The chipmunk has a huge confession to make for us that he is not actually a chipmunk. Like, are you telling us that you are a human or are you something else? Or are we just gonna stop at you're not actually a chipmunk and we'll get on the face? You're a tie-dyed squirrel. All right. You're a tie-dyed squirrel. Okay. I'll I'll keep that in mind as best I can. No cats. Let me check the ring here. That, that, correct keyboard. Keep an eye out for the dude. Which, yeah, actually, there's a brief update on the outside cats. So Gray Buddy, remember Lady Gray? No, well, it's Gray Buddy. I did a little. I watched a couple videos on cat butts and verifying the difference between boys and girls. And Gray Buddy is a boy. Gray Buddy's definitely a boy. And for the first time, the dude rolled over with his posterior towards me. Like it's usually head first or tail down. Like they usually don't have their tail up. I think Gray Buddy, or I think the dude might be a girl. Because I kind of got a shot and I went, I'm not seeing anything that would make me think. I mean, they're very floofy. Like, they make Lee look like a sphinx. Like, if you see him close, like, he is super floof, but he's an out the door cat with a winter coat on. Like, I guess he'll probably thin up a little bit. But he may be a she, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. Mr. Tabinator is definitely a boy, because I saw in one of the videos, like, he's got some bowling balls on him. and Tux Tux has some walnuts rocking back there. So the only one in question now would be the dude, which would kind of almost make sense because the dude and Mr. Tabinator kind of commingle. And you're not always going to see two males hanging out. Sometimes you do, but it's more likely to see a male and a female. So the dude looked like a lady. So dude might be a lady. I don't know. I'm going to have to study the situation more and punch the microphone. I'll try to keep a close eye on the Ring camera when they come to eat stuff at night to see if I can get any kind of a better idea. Yeah, dudette, that's usually what I call the lady dudes as well. Jacques attack. Yeah, I mean that's fine, Chipmunk, that you're a tie-dyed squirrel. Like, that's fine. I mean, there are some people here who identify as an attack helicopter, so that's fine as well. Might be Mrs. Doubtfire as a cat. Mrs. Catfire. I haven't seen them. Well, you can't really tell a difference when they pee. I guess that wouldn't count if I had seen them pee. Have you noticed that the more battle scars a tomcat has, the larger their balls are? Not really. Really not had much experience with outdoor cats except for this four. But we'll see. I'll keep an eye on the dude and we'll see if see if we have to come up with a new title, a new name. They almost tried to come in the house the other night again. That was almost like, no. Like, I got to get to know them outside the house before they could possibly ever come in the house. And then I got to figure out a way to see if my cats are going to kick their ass or not, which, I guess if it's a girl cat, that would make it a lot easier than if it were a boy cat. But we'll see what happens. That's a long way away, I feel. Alright, I'm gonna hit this ball. Break it off something soon. Sorry. Justine says I had a blood test done. That told me everything I'm allergic to. Did they do the weird poke thing too? If I listened to it, I would have to live in a bubble. Hopefully your lactose intolerance won't be a permanent thing. It kind of comes and goes ever since I was stuck being a vegan. Some days it's worse than others. Like, I really kind of don't eat pizza too much because it seems to be just a little too much, even with the lactate. Like spicy food, like, when I did the one chip challenge or whatever spicy bullshit I eat, the next day I'm fine. If I eat like a couple slices of pizza, even with lactate, the next day I'm not necessarily fine. So, oh, what did you miss, Stuart? Me checking out cat junk. That's basically how that goes, as C2S said. But yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes. But no, I do remember I've seen people getting the allergy test that had to get like things poked in their, like certain things poked in their arm to see if it reacted. Are I vegan? Now I'm the farthest from fucking vegan. Like, I'm so far from vegan that most meals, if I make a steak, sometimes I'll make a baked potato with it. But usually if I make a steak, I just eat the steak. What do you have for a side? More steak. If I make pork chops, I have pork chops with a side of pork chops, kind of thing. And then I have at times had a steak with a side of pork chops. That has also happened. And one time I decided to just go full farm. I made what I call a farm salad. I don't make it very often because it can be a little rough on your tummy. But a farm salad, uh, you take whatever steak you got, and like that's the base. And then so you cook that, wherever you cook that. Then in a pan you get ground beef. You cook that, set it on the side. Or I'm sorry, you cook a pound of bacon first. Leave the grease in the pan. Put that on the side. Then you cook your ground beef. Do that thing, strain it, leave the lovely fucking grease in there. Oh, that's still in there. And put that on the side. Then I'll get ham lunch meat and just dice it. Cook that in the gravy. The gravy. It's kind of like gravy. It's delicious. Cook that in there. Put it on the side. Get some Italian sausage. Dice that up. Cook that in there. Put it on the side. The only reason I don't cook it all at once is because they're kind of different cook times, and I hate when you overcook one thing just to make another thing work. So I'd rather do this all at once. And you make so much that it's worth it because you have plenty of leftovers. Unless you got a family, then you may not. But you cook all that. Then you get the onions and the garlic and the spring onions, like the greeny tubey ones. Cook those in all that grease. And then finally you put all that shit together. And sometimes I'll crack an egg or two in there as I'm mixing it up just for what the hell. And then at the end of the day, put the steak down. Then you scoop some of that shit right on top of it. And then that is like the farm salad on top of steak. It is absolutely ridiculous. It is a lot of work to do, but it is... I mean, it's fucking good, especially if you season everything up just right. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it is, like, as you're cooking it, your heart is already like, nah, you're gonna have a heart attack. And you're like, yeah, I know. Like, you better sort this shit out. And your heart's like, all right, god damn it. All right, let me figure something out. Like, like, as you're eating it, like, you can feel your arteries hardening. And it's a glorious feeling because it's tied directly to the flavor. Like, I think there's some kind of nerve there, and it's yeah, definitely not a vegan anymore, Mr. A Cake. Yeah, I was actually all that did was make me fat and hungry all the time and have no energy. Seems like Coach Seagal's got something going on. I mean, I'm not saying like veganism works for you or being a vegetarian. By all means, do your thing. Just did not work for me. As soon as I started eating meat again, like I was good to go. Ugh. Oh yeah, and if you do the meat salad thing, if you're feeling froggy, putting like shredded cheese on top of it, that's good too. Scrufdogs, recipe minute. Yeah, I throw a lot of those out there. I can't wait to try this Loco Moco. God, that looks fucking good. Just no mushrooms. But I do have, don't like mushrooms, but I like mushroom gravy. The mushrooms just need to be like diced up or whatever. I'm not real big on like whole mushrooms. Sometimes they're alright, sometimes they're not. But no, I got all that. I'm gonna eat the shit out of that. Only meal I don't, the only meal I don't have that doesn't, see, Barone. The only meal I don't have meat in is cereal. Gotcha. Ugh. That's a good way to do it. Well, I mean, sometimes I'll get bored. I'll just eat like a rice packet. Um, like I do that. Sound like I've got like one day I was really in the mood for green beans, so I just ate a can of green beans like right out of the can. Like I don't know. Never rabbits. Rabbit's good. Fresh rabbit. Like kill it yourself rabbit. That's good. I don't know about any other way. It's the only way I've had it. I was, what, 13 or 14? Something like that. Canned food is meant to be eaten out of the tin. For the most part, yeah. Like Chef Boyardee, like ravioli, beefaroni, um, SpaghettiOs. Like I eat that right out of the can. Fucking love that stuff. Like the jellied, the generic ass cranberry sauce. The jellified and the thing that pops out of the can. Um, I'll eat that right out of the can usually. Most canned foods, yeah, I do eat out of the can unless I'm making like chili, which I may. Man, I gotta use up those beans. Like they expired a few months ago, but I mean it's canned beans, so they're fine. But I should make chili. Especially it's gonna be getting hot in the next few days. So running the slow cooker overnight would be better before it gets. Yeah, okay. I'll try to do that this maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Redneck Atheist says Wild Rabbit really does need a brine soak for about 24 hours. Yeah, it definitely would help. Like I've the time the couple times I've had it was fresh. Like I said, fresh. But yeah, it would have been better if it would have been, treated a little differently, soaked and brined up a pinch. Black Watcher does not like rabbit meat. I do not like hair in my food. Ah, boom. Baked beans are horrible, says Mr. A Cake. I'm not a huge. Baked beans are like coleslaw, which is like Lenny Kravitz. Um, we've talked about this before. Baked beans, actually, I may have mentioned baked beans when I talked about coleslaw and Lenny Kravitz. Like, everybody likes coleslaw, quote unquote. Everybody likes baked beans, quote unquote. Everybody likes Lenny Kravitz, quote unquote. But you don't go looking for them. Like, you don't go to the party for the coleslaw. You don't turn on the radio looking for Lenny Kravitz. You don't eat the hot dogs so you can have the baked beans. But they're there. So it's like, yeah, that's cool. Ah, they're playing Lenny on the radio. That's great. But you don't go looking for them. It's kind of like coleslaw. Coleslaw is great, but the only time you have it is when someone else has it and it's there because it's another party. But uh, I've been trying different things with baked beans lately, and I find a little less sauce and a little more bacon tends to help. But besides that, if you use them in chili, that actually helps give it a little extra flavor. Um, and apparently, you can bake them in certain recipes. I haven't tried that yet, but if you bake them, that also helps. If you're not big on the sauce, that can do, just do sauce. I'm gonna go my way. Mama knows what's up. Well, I thought that was funny. It was a local DJ who was actually a dude I went to middle school with, who brought up that Lenny Kravitz is his coleslaw. Steve Huber in the morning. Um, Lenny Kravitz is his coleslaw. Well, you eat the coleslaw, but you never go looking for coleslaw. But if it's there, you enjoy the coleslaw, but you don't think about coleslaw. Good quality baked beans on toast with real butter is delicious and cheap. I have tried that once, Stuart Clearly. Or Cleary, sorry. Clearly, Stuart Cleary. Um, and it was actually pretty good. I know that's more of a UK thing, but I have tried that, and I was actually like, you know what? This isn't bad. The toast and the butter helps. I think because I think the biggest problem that people have with baked beans is it's just very saucy. So it's almost like it's messy, kind of thing. I don't know. But on toast with the butter, that is pretty good. Um, I've heard of people putting cheese like under it or on top of it as well. Like me, my thing, I'll put the cheese on top just to kind of help make a binder. You know, it's almost like a fucking Spider-Man net holding everything in if you get it just right. Especially if you left the edges crisp just a little bit. You know, when you get that just that little bit of crisp on the cheese. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Just a little bit more. Cook until brown. No, no, no. You want to cook until it's just a little bit of dark brown. Just a little bit of num num num. Anyway. Apparently you've not had calico beans. I have calico beans in the house. They're on the bottom of Tiny Mama's feet. But what other calico beans matter? Like what are we talking about here? Various beans, ground beef, bacon. Look it up. Calico. All right, I'll look it up. I'll see if Tiny Mama agrees. Let me just throw that on the floor. Let me rip my headphones out. All right. Calico bean. Can we have a cooking stream? I could probably do that. Or not like an off night. Um, I'd have to think of something that would be cookable on stream that there isn't too much dead time, I guess. I mean, obviously we can chill, talk, and bullshit and all that, but yeah, I can kind of think of that. Have a good night, Chris. Hope your weekend is groovy. Foods high in soluble fiber tend to be bad for Europeans. Causes inflammation. Yeah, I've heard. It seems I know. That reminds me. I don't know how related it is or whatever. Different words for different things. Seems like I know a lot more people that are gluten sensitive lately. It's kind of interesting. Food for thought there, Rifleman. Thanks. Well, if I do like a Loco Moco live, I'm gonna have to at least do a one or two live first just to see what all we got to do. Especially because if I do that live, then I'm gonna make the patty out of fresh beef right there on the spot and mix it on the spot. So that'll be like ground beef, onion soup mix, fresh diced garlic, Montreal steak seasoning, cumin, a little bit of panko, uh, an egg or two, depending on how much ground beef, which it would be just over, it'd probably be about a pound and a quarter, so it would be 2 eggs, good for binder, with a little bit of panko. Do about a ½ pound patty, squish it flatter than you need to, because it's going to shrink. Um, the rice would just be whatever. I mean, just rice. I'm not real. I mean, I guess I could bust out the rice cooker, but that's kind of timing might be weird on that. So I'd probably just use instant rice. I mean, that's good enough for that. As far as I'm concerned, most of it tastes all the same. And the egg takes, it's 30 seconds after the burger. Cook that right in the burger pan with all the shit in it so that that egg can pick up some of the leftover from the burger or burgers. Maybe even, what is it called when when like you cook meat and all that shit stuck on the pan, so you put the water in it and it makes its own little saucy, like I know there's a word for that. Like I like to do that before I cook eggs. Like if I know there's meat in there for deglaze. Thank you, Matt Gassy Masher. Like I love to do that because man, that shit is fucking. That's all the motherfucking flavor right in that shit, man. Yes. Sorry. Can I type here or will it resize the window, pause it, and bring up some Chrome shit? I don't know. Come on. Have you got any Lego mini figures? I Probably. Well, I got like the super mini guys right there that came with the station. There is a dude in there in the little dumper, and I may have some downstairs in the Lego bucket from when I was a kid. So not many, but I am gonna look at that site where you can get custom Lego dudes made. Yes, Rob. Yeah, that's a good thing to mention. Rob, if you check on Rob's channel, if you want to toss a link up there, Rob. Uh, he's been doing musical accompaniments to funny ass Lego scenes that may possibly turn into an ongoing story. Possibly. Bratwurst and fried eggs is good. Bratwurst and fried eggs is very fucking good, redneck atheist. Like, use the proper wording if you're going to say that in here. It's very good. God, fucking amateur hour in this motherfucker. No, just fucking. But no, that's very good, not just good. I haven't had a good brat in a couple months. I do gotta go to the store tomorrow. Oh, let me put that on the list. That should already be on the list. I should just have to. I use an app called Out of Milk. Like, I bought it. It was like $5, like, I don't know, fucking 10 years ago or something like that. So, like, every time you add something, it kind of, you can go down and uncheck it later, and it syncs across multiple devices and a desktop sync thing and stuff, and that's good. I don't know. I'm not a sponsor, just very useful. Out of Milk. Did you find the calico beans? I didn't actually check. Let me see here. Keyboard. Yep. Calico beans. Calico beans. Everybody loves it. Ground beef, bacon, pork and beans, kidney beans, butter beans, lima beans. That's a lot of brown sugar. That's awesome. A cup of brown sugar, not fucking around.
Yay!
1 cup of chopped onion, half a cup of celery, half a cup of ketchup. Okay, a little bit of citrus going on there. Some white vinegar, white wine vinegar, more burn. Mustard powder. That sounds pretty fucking good. What was Stuart clearly €5. Scruff, what did your parents do for a living? My dad deals with insurance. He's semi-retired. My stepmom deals with uh she's like a pharmacist kind of thing. She's semi-retired, and my mother was a professional cunt. And my former stepfather worked in construction, and I actually, like, that was one of them things, like, his company worked with one of my customers at one point. So, like, probably 6 months after my stepdad died of a heart attack, um, his truck actually showed up on a site that I was at because they had put his name on the side of a truck in memoriam, and that was like that was some that was some hard shit to deal with at work that day. But that pretty much covers all that. Yeah, boner beans. Rob, you're some retard. Are you retard? Oh, my brother, he a retard. Not that kind of retired. A confusing shaft with the beans. Is the Frank on the beans? Why are the beans over the Frank? Is the Frank on the beans? Frank and beans. Wait, let me click that. And thank you for the €5. I don't know if I said, has the thing for that been popping up over here for that? I guess I heard the yay, so yeah, I guess that would have been that. Okay. Ooh. Retard. My sister, she say, you'll never get this, you'll never get this. But one day, he got out of his cage. He got that. Oh, he got that. Or however that scene goes. Oh, yeah, 8 o'clock toast to the Gaggle of Goofballs. And everyone else, obviously, but have our top of the hour toast again. Normally we'd have a bunch of stuff here, but I don't know if it's an off day or it's broke. I don't know. Notifications like to break. Oh, and we did get, the channel did get paid again. We are now up to. Would you like to send this recipe to yourself? Ah, yeah, calm down, motherfucker. I ain't give you my email address. Let me back that ass up a little bit there. Calico beans, I'll try to remember that. I'll just ask Tiny Mama. Made a calico cake once. We had a picture of her just kind of sleeping in a donut. So made a cake that kind of looked like her with vanilla, chocolate, and dark chocolate swirls in the cake, like a bunt cake, like a circle bunt. Is that a bunt cake? Is that what the fuck they're called? You know, the big circle ones. Hold on, let me see what we're up to. Give me a sec. I like to update the channel so everyone knows what we got going on here. Since it is y'all's money, and y'all decide where it goes. God, calm down with the ads, bro. Jesus. All right. Do a little bit of math here. Uh, times that. So the channel fund has $1,028 in it. Thank everyone very much. When it's time to buy more stuff, we will see what we buy. If you're new here, any money to the channel gets used only for channel stuff unless otherwise specifically specified. Like some people say, hey, cat treats. And so I will take, whatever they donate, I'll keep that out on the next donation or on the next payment cycle from Google and use it to specifically buy cats more treats. Like I don't use it for any of this stuff or whatever. We use it for games, Legos, whatever, like Clive's birthday present, stuff like that. Like I don't use it for myself. I have a job that pays well, so any donations from you get used for you. That's kind of how that works with me. Bunt cake, giant cold, yeah, like big motherfucking cake donut. One of those. The thing that it's either a delicious cake or like a fucking fruit cake, and you're like, I'm sorry, you want it? What? You want me to do what with this? No, I wouldn't even put this around my dick, much less near my face. No thanks. All right, bye. I have tried fruitcake once. I was told it was much better than your classic fruitcake because it was moister, had fresher stuff, this and that, and this was better. And I ate some of it and I went, well, if this is better, Jesus God, how the hell do they sell normal fruitcake? I don't know. Lego Mankinis. I'm sure you could work it out probably on that one site. Yeah, I appreciate that, Rifleman. Fruitcake can vary considerably, says Mouse. I have heard that.
I haven't had soup in a while. Well, I should say that I don't consider tomato soup to be uh soup. Uh and my brain doesn't see tomato soup as soup. It simply sees it as um grilled cheese dip. It's just the thing you have with a grilled cheese sandwich. As that's really the only time I have tomato soup. So that's pretty close to the only thing I wouldn't really I like. My brain doesn't compute tomato soup as soup. It's tomato dip for grilled cheese, and that's pretty much how that works for me. Fruit can work as a cake topping, yes it can, but fuck anybody that puts fruit in a cake. That's yeah, I think the redneck atheist has it there. Anytime I've had fruit on a cake, like I love chocolate, dark chocolate cake with like strawberries on top. Mwah, fucking fascinating if you do that shit right. But in the cake, it's something like when it gets cooked, it just changes. It always gets like mushy and shit. It usually fucks the cake up. Like you go to take a bite and it like falls apart because the fruit's like fucking it all up. But on the cake, absolutely, because then it's fresh. It's in its proper form. It's not like cooked through. Yeah, like you put that shit on after the icing kind of thing. Like I think you got it right there. uh, Mr. Atheist. That is a good point. On it, not in it. Sour cherries in the cake are great. They can be, but again, sometimes you get the thing where like the cake will fall apart, and not in a good way, like in an annoying way, because you get that weird overcooked fruit thing. But I mean, again, obviously that's everyone has a different flavor for what they want to do. But I love strawberries on cake. When I make fruit pies, I usually punch the microphone, and then I'll go in the kitchen and I'll grab strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, and blackberries. I will put them in a like a medium saucepan with just a pinch of orange juice, almost like I'm making like a fucking fruit shake kind of thing. A little bit of orange juice, maybe a little bit of water to help it, and cook that. And then as it cooks down, add just a little bit of sugar in there, and it cooks down to like a slurry sauce, and you get it just enough where everything's just starting to congeal. And then you put that shit in your pie, fucking, cover it up, do its thing, and give it a slip and bake that bitch. Really good fruit, like a fruit pie. You just got to figure out, obviously, you got to figure out your own level of sugar and all that. Like, I don't use a lot of sugar. One, because I'm not I don't eat a lot of sugar. I avoid it when I can. Like, the soda of the week kind of thing. Um, but I really do like a tart flavor in like a fruit pie kind of thing. I think I just like flavor extremes in general. Like I like really tart pies, like tart fruits, sour stuff. Like I love sour heads and fucking the fucking the blow your heads up the fucking what the hell are those things called? Warheads? Stuff like that. Um I mean like spicy food. I guess I'm just a flavor extremeaholic. Because I say that and like almost every day I eat fucking chicken tenders and french fries for breakfast and lunch. But that's just because it's really easy to get from Royal Farms in the morning. May actually do, it was suggested I may actually do it on Monday because I don't actually have a Monday video yet. Videos have been getting a little slow lately, which is concerning. Um, but I may do a Monday video of just like the summary of me driving into work in the morning kind of thing and then post it after work. Possibly. That might be a good thing. That might work out. Crumble is lovely. I love putting some crumble on top. Especially mix this on a fruit pie. The crumble you put on top, obviously you gotta have some cinnamon in that motherfucker and a little bit in the fruit as well. A little cinnamon and sugar. Mix that in with your crumble kind of deal. And brown sugar. Like a lot of times, if you just start just rubbing that shit around in the dough will start breaking up and picking it up with it, and you can use that as a crumble on top. Oats are really good to mix in with there as well. Cibaroni. Sorry, I'm just gonna like that's gonna be my nickname for you. Like if you've never watched Danger Mouse, I highly recommend you watch Danger Mouse. The cartoon. Crumble oats or no oats. It kind of goes. Wow, that's a really like you already said. That's fun. Like that's a like that's a really good lag behind time. Like that was almost instant reply. YouTube kind of called up Baron Cream. I love fucking Baron Cream back. Crumble oats or no oats. I've gone both ways with oats or no oats. Kind of depends on the mood. Really, that's about it. It kind of depends on the mood or if they're around or not. I've tried all kinds of different crumbles and pie crusts just to see how they tasted. No kitty cat yet. I've not had rhubarb crumble. I don't know I've tried rhubarb. I don't know I've had anything rhubarb ever. Not strawberry rhubarb. I don't know what. Maybe I'll keep an eye out for that. I'm sure somebody's gonna. I'll put. You know what? I'll go ahead. I'll put that on the list. Why not? So I don't like. Is that something you can find at a grocery store, or is that something that's like got to be like fresh, or what do you think? I know nothing about. I've heard of rhubarb pie, um, but I don't really know anything about it besides that. A bit of custard, or a bit custard, a bit of cream. It reminds you of your best dream of a crumble. Mr. Egg Cake. Yeah, pretty much anything with custard is just tasty and yummy, especially if it's a cookie. Chippy needs to go now. Okay. Have a good evening. Tell my girl I said howdy. In the UK, you can buy rhubarb, but it's expensive. It's cheaper to grow it. Plant once, and you can harvest every year. Well, you know what? If I get a chance to taste it, I will always grow it. I'm gonna have an indoor grow of actual like vegetables and stuff, and then like next to it's gonna be like pot eventually. Once I get some other projects and the house sorted out and everything else done, that's like the final boss like of my list of projects is to reopen the grow, but do like peppers. Um, I might do some kind of a bean perhaps. And in Maryland, you can, as far as I know right now, it's still just 2 pot plants, and just grow a couple pot plants just as something to grow on your own, and or put it outside or whatever. Like I got spots outside that used to be garden areas. Some of them are going to get torn up eventually, um, but it doesn't mean I got to tear them all up. I live near the Rhubarb Triangle. Mouse says, I do a bit of volunteer work where they have some large rhubarb plants, so get some for free when it's ready. Fresh is by far better than shop bought. Best with the skins peeled back, dipped in sugar. Okay. I'll see what I can find. Maybe if I can't find the pie, I can just buy some and make fucking, like, I can always, like, buy, if I can't find rhubarb pie, but I can find rhubarbs, I can get a little bit of them, get like a mini pie crust to try a small pie. My favorite strains, asked Bella Lagrisi. Skywalker OG, Forbidden Fruit, Northern Lights, and Purple Punch. Kush, OG Kush is very good as well. Anything gelato in a vape seems to be nice. My favorite flavor strain is candy cane or cool mint, depending on the season, because it literally tastes like a store-bought, like, white and red fucking Christmas candy cane. But yeah. Yeah, if I get rhubarb, if I get rhubarb, I'm not getting canned. Nothing that comes in a can, no fruit or vegetable that comes in a can is anywhere near as good as it is fresh. I mean, I do realize I buy canned corn and canned green beans, basically Thanksgiving and Christmas. But during the summer, I buy fresh corn on the cob, and I buy fresh potatoes and all that. Granddaddy purple, that's good. I may have some in the other room. Anything purple's nice, but that's just because I'm an indica feller. I forget what strains these are. I just kind of get to the point. I just buy indica and hybrid, and then I may have a sativa or two, and I just kind of go as I grow. And sometimes I'll be like, ooh, what is this? And then I'll go back to the pack. I just kind of know which ones work for me, so I just kind of put them together. I used to try and label them all and all that, but that's when I was really tracking which ones worked. But now I know that the ones I have work, so I don't really track the flavor as much. Like, I don't even know what the one I just opened this tonight, and I don't even remember what it was. Oh, it's Northern Lights. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. That's good stuff. That's a great flavor. Skywalker and, yeah, Skywalker OG would probably be my second favorite flavor. There's something about it that's really nice. Forbidden Fruit's really sweet if you can find the right strain. It's just hard to find the right strain that tastes really sweet. But like Skywalker's pretty solid flavor down the road, as it were. It's like Delta Genshin is hacking us. That's good. Pomegranate and mixed berry pie. I've had something like that before, Redneck Atheist. Pomegranate's good when you can find it. Kroger and other grocers sometimes have frozen rhubarb, says Lock Watcher. Okay. I'm sure I can find it. I mean, this is Essex and Dundalk. It's pretty, we're pretty full of rednecky, old schooly, and just older people. When rhubarb was like super awesome, popular around the area, so I'm sure somebody's got some. I mean, worst comes to worst, there's a fresh fruit, fresh vegetable stand that's actually like legit. It's not one of them cunts that goes to fucking Walmart and buys the shit and then takes it to their stand and sells it for 3 times as much and says it's organic, like the motherfuckers down at the flea market. Anyway, they got legit homegrown stuff, and they also bring in seafood sometimes. So it's like a correlation of just like local homies, like kind of helping each other out, and I can walk to that. So I might be able to find some rhubarb up there as well. Rob says Skywalker is very lush. That's a good word for it. Skywalker. There's something about Skywalker. It's just really nice. That was one of the first strains I tried, legal wise, and I was just really impressed with it. And I thought, oh, that must just be because it was new guy impression. But then, like, fucking years later, I'm like, nah, man, fucking Skywalker. Yeah. Mr. Terps, my staple is Kush Breath and Skittles. Skittles is a good flavor one as well. I've had I've had Kush and Skittles, but not Kush Breath with Skittles. That sounds fucking delicious though. I love Kush. Kush has been around forever. There's a reason why it's called OG Kush or Kush OG, because it is one of the original strains. Oh, it's 420. Let me grab some Northern Lights. Oh, yeah. 420 somewhere, everybody. The presence of a variety of, the presence of varietal or heirloom tomatoes that won't handle transportation is a good indication of a homegrown supply. Gotcha. Coach Seagal, stoned as fuck here with Sleeping Beauty. I've had that. Really lovely hybrid, strongly leaning towards indica. Love it. Can't even stand up. Did you send a picture on Discord? And I've not sent any pictures that I'm aware of to anybody. Stewart says eating fresh veg and fruit is not good. It's covered in weed killer, chemicals, fungicides, insecticides. Well, yeah, not necessarily that fresh. Certain freshness, certain level of freshness. Yeah, that you do kind of got to watch that. Garbled user likes Blue Dream, and Champ. Blue Dream, that's real popular. That's an older strain as well. Get that a lot here. That's one of the ones, if I see it when I'm scrolling, I usually go ahead and get one or two of them. Yeah. I don't remember. Who is this? I think this is another Shine. That's Sunbed. Ah, there's Ed. What's up, Ed? Ed, showing up as he does, gifting 20 memberships to the Gaggle of Goofballs. Let's run through this list real quick there. Appreciated. Then we got David Garcia, Mr. Turf, Peter Harkins, Fixer 69, Efalt, Kevin, Vince, James, Paul, Steve, Zorro, Standard, Purple Haze, Renquist, Colin, Harold, Mario, Big Toe, Clue, SK, and Petor. Welcome and welcome back. What's up there, Ed? How's it going? If you were late, I did do the channel did get paid. We did get paid a few days ago. The channel is up to about 1,028, 1,030-ish bucks. So we are doing well thanks to people like you, just me, other donors, stewards, TJ. Shit, I hate when I start doing X and I feel like I gotta name everybody, but everybody, you know who you are, and all the goofballs. Always appreciate it. Eddie. Does anyone call you Eddie? Ed? I don't know if I've ever heard anyone call you Eddie. Yes, SK, we have very gifting members here. As you can see, the notification doesn't work because it gets broken all the time by such generosity. Eventually, I'll try again to fix it, but I think I really have to delete the whole thing and restart it. But it's good. Just Ed. Yeah. Okay. Mr. A Cake, you forgot your password. Can someone give Mr. A Cake their password? Because he forgot his. Edward. War for short. There you go, Ed. We'll just start calling you War. Fran calls me Man. That's it. Not Rifleman, just Man. Hi, man. Paul Norman with £5. Got to get some good sleep. Thanks for the show. Oh, got to get some good sleep. Thanks for the show, Scruffing Gang. Take care, everyone. See you all soon, friend. I'll see you all soon, my friends. Love you all. Well, thank you, Paul Norman. Hope you sleep very well. If you don't, try some indica, as prescribed by not so Dr. Scruff, unallegedly. Yeah, password is sassafras. Sassy Frassy. Password is password1. I may have to go back and look at Fran's stream tonight. See what that was all about. Actually, password is cat parts. That's fucking perfect, Admiral. Man, does anybody here feed their cat or dog, or I guess that's all they make, like science diet pet food? Because for some reason, every time I've rescued a cat from like a shelter, they've always fed them science diet. I don't know if it's a coincidence or just how that works. Boy, does that seem to give cats gas. Their password's 12345. That's the same as my luggage. Change the password on my luggage. Yeah, we got that RV to put together. 123, your mom. What's the password? Your mom. Broke it. Is it good? No. Oh, there. That's okay. That one's coming through. Thanks again, Paul. Phew, too much fiber for cats. I guess so. Like, ooh. A cat with gas is not a cat that's constipated. That might be a reason for that. You don't know what it is. Like, I usually feed them Purina 1 Pro. It's basically what I get. I get different flavors because, like, for some reason, there's like this old wise tale that you have to feed your cat the same cat food all the time or they'll get sick. And it's like, yeah, what do you think cats do when they get out of the house, or stray cats in general? Like, they eat one certain flavor of mouse. Like, cats need a variety of food, so I get them different foods. Yeah, within the Purina Pro 1 family of foods. And then now I'm going to switch over to Temptations, or is that what they're called? Treats, because they're softer. And Spaz is getting, she's an old head. She's an old kitty. She's like 12. So I'm sure she would appreciate these softer treats, as she seems to appreciate, more than the other ones I get, which are a little crunchier. The coonhound that lives in my house is on a mad scientist diet. It sounds gassy. Not you gassy, different gassy. Have your cats passed gas? Yeah, they fart every once in a while. Not too often. There were salmon treats. The Temptations salmon based treats makes mama real gassy and like makes her poop like not great. So I don't get them salmon based treats anymore. Like, food was fine, but something about the salmon treats like really tore her up. Like I'd give her, they were in like the special bag, like luckily, because I would give them to her, as opposed to the regular treats, and like it'd be a couple days of being like you just want to burn the cat box to the ground and start over, because the thought of scooping it, like you're rolling up in there looking like fucking radioactive, man. But yeah, so we avoid that. I stick mostly at this point. I try to get shrimpy shrimp because that seems to be like everyone's favorite. Like, they start fighting with each other almost over the shrimpy shrimp temptations. So that's kind of what I'm going to stick with. and then I'll get something different for the bag. Like, I don't know that there's any Dreamies over here. I think Dreamies and Temptations are the same thing over here versus over there in Biscuit Land. It's probably to clean up after cats that have been eating enough fiber. Yeah, probably. Yeah, well, see, Spaz's name. See, it's fine because Spaz's name is keyboard. Oh, wrong keyboard. It's actually spelled like that in chat. So it's not just Spaz. There's an extra uppercase in there because that's just how spazzy she was when she was a kitten. My last cat couldn't eat cat food. She always brought it back. Had to give her tuna and cat biscuits. Wonder if chicken and rice would have helped with that. I know that helps some dogs. Sometimes cats still get that. It's like a real basic meal for sick animals, it would seem. Is that cat cookies or cat scones? Oh my god, here we go. See? This is what happens when you do a show with a bunch of biscuit heads hanging around. Nobody knows what anybody is talking about with cookies and biscuits. What music do I listen to? Asked Stuart clearly. Well, generally around the house. Like when I have Alexa, like I'm sure you've heard me say that before or ask her things. So I have her tied to my phone so that when I get home, it turns lights on and it turns on like instrumental, like chill ass jazz. Like if I were to say, hey, device, play, like I'll say, play instrumental morning jazz. And like that's like kind of what goes through the house most of the day in the morning. But when it's time to like listen to like music, 9 Inch Nails is my favorite person now band, with Trent Reznor. 9 Inch Nails, Maynard James Keenan, Tool, Perfect Circle, Pussifer, Static X, Korn, Slayer, a lot of heavy stuff, industrial stuff, but then all the way over to like, fuck. I feel like I need to open up Spotify. A lot of lighter stuff too, like techno-y stuff, chill stuff. Why the fuck can't I remember the name of? Hold on. Yeah. One of those things like other streamers have said in the past, like you remember everything until you go live, and then you're like, what? Let's see, like on Spotify, I got the Johnny Cash, Static X, Jazz, Rob Zombie, Tom Petty, Sia, Weird Al, Coldplay. That's who I was trying to think of. Static X, Queensryche, MC Yogi, 9 Inch Nails, Lazy Cat Jazz, Pantera, stuff like that. Like more rocky stuff, but I listen to a lot of Cypress Hill too. Yeah. Like anything that pretty much has a good beat going with it and that can kind of like just keep me moving, like I'm good with kind of thing. Ministry and Rammstein. Rammstein. Yeah, I listen to them. A lot of Rammstein, actually. I used to listen to Ministry like a lot. There, James Randolph. But not as much lately. I don't know why. It just kind of hasn't fallen in. But I mean, throw in some Psalm 69 and I'm fucking good to rock out for a while. So. But no, whatever. I just listen to music for the most part. A little bit of Clutch, if you've ever heard them. Sorry, I look up See Mr. Egg Cake with a bunch of binary that made me think of 100011101101. The name of one of their songs. Napalm Death, they're good. SK, yep, yep. Kraftwerk, I've heard of Kraftwerk, but that sounds like that might be a universal name. Guar's good. I don't know. I haven't listened to Guar in a while. King Crimson, I remember them. Yep. I'm sure if Mila Jovovich did the vocals for Pussy, yeah, Mila did work with Pussifer for an album. They're Zapped, and now the current lady with them just kind of covers her vocals because they sound pretty similar anyway. Radiohead's pretty good. I used to listen to some of their stuff. Guar, yeah, Guar's just funny. They have fun, which is exactly what you should do. And when they say take a fucking rain suit, an umbrella, like they are not fucking kidding. Air Supply is good, Rob. Yeah. All right, let's see. That. I'm making sure I got everything covered because we are kind of getting towards the end ish. Which don't I usually? I think I usually would have stopped. Where do I usually go? No, that's right. No, I normally go to about 9 o'clock, a little after 9. That's right. Anything basically as far as Metallica goes, Fama, uh, up to and including about half of the Black Album. Anything after that, like it's. I find it interesting that they're because you got to remember, like, people need to approve things for artists, like saying, hey, that's a good idea, hey, that's not a good idea. The problem here is when things get approved, there's always more than one person. So the fact that more than one person thought that James Hetfield had a melodic voice that he needed to start using for Metallica, like, just blows my fucking mind that somebody thought that his melodic voice was something that the world needed to hear. No, like, we were just fine with, like, fucking everything before that. Like, Ride the Lightning was fucking great. Master of Puppets is a fucking masterpiece album. But he doesn't need to actually, like, sing. Like, his scream sing is what he does. When he tries to, like, do singing, he sounds like a just doesn't sound good. So early Metallica, Megadeth, love Megadeth. Seen them in concert. Ozzy's good. But yeah, the Black Album, they lost me. About half of that you could tell was old school, and the other half was the new garbage. Oh, I love Rush. Rush is one of my favorite old school bands. Red Barchetta, or however you say that, is like my favorite Rush song. Five Finger Death Punch, they're good. I feel like, are they kind of localish? I don't know, but they're good. Yeah, Enter Sandman, like, that's a song. Pantera is good. Fucking Dimebag Daryl was a fucking guitar wizard. Today's Tom Sawyer, he gets high on you. With the space he invades, he gets by on you. And your mom. Listen to Stormtroopers of Death, MOD. What the fuck was that? Was that Method of Destruction? Anthrax was alright. I never fully locked into Anthrax, but they had some good stuff. Anthrax was kind of like Coleslaw. I need something to drink. Oh, there we go. Lots of water. No tea tonight. It's kind of going with water. Ugh. One of these days I'll have to introduce Scruff. What? Ed? The hell is Heilong? Like, are you high? Like, did you look at a picture of a pot plant and get, like, fucking stoned or something? Like, did your neighbor 5 doors down, like, light a joint and now you're fucking ripped? You seem to be into MILFs, Scruff. I generally date women that are older than me because I don't like immature bitches. Sorry. But that's just kind of how they all landed. High long. What the fuck are you? Jesus Christ. You're just high, Ed. Just go back to sleep. Woo. Oh, yeah. Put that on the floor, out of the way. Rush retrospective albums, all the years they have. They used to have like a paper Rush bumper sticker that finally got messed up. Milsk and my wife, nice. Just watch out for the hubby. Yeah, well, you know. Sometimes you gotta work around that. Back in the day when I was an asshole, that was a favorite. Going after wives. God, I was an asshole when I was much younger. Got the chance to meet Rush during a rehearsal in '78. The yearbook was based on their album, says Lockwatcher. That sounds pretty cool. See, Boink, let's see, Boink Lakes, Ozzy, Sabbath, Talkin, Dio, Styx. Styx. Blue Oyster Cult, Cinderella, Elo, Pink Floyd, Bread on, yeah. We, one of the jokes me and this guy Chris would do when we were out building theaters, like acting type theaters, like, yeah, I told you I would put in all the rigging for the counterweights and hanging all the poles and battens and shit like that. Our running gag when people would ask what we're in town for, usually after dinner we'd still have like a C wrench, or a several 16th or adjustable wrench, what do you want to call it. It was really common to have one of them in a carabiner just attached to you when you're doing that kind of work. So you'd be sitting there, people like, hey, what are you here for? And we just kind of look over and be like, he was the drummer and I was the bassist for Styx. Like, Styx is in town. He's the drummer, I'm the bassist. We're just trying to just get away from like the big area and just have a quiet night. Because the thing you got to remember, everyone has heard of Styx as a band. Most people have no idea who the fuck they are. They just know, oh, I've heard of Styx. And you see some kind of rough looking dudes kind of just sitting there at the bar with fucking jeans and band t-shirts on, just trying to have a beer and get something to drink. They're like, oh, that's cool. Yeah. Dumbest shit. And it just kind of worked a lot where people are like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. Or some people wouldn't even know who Styx was. Or that's funny you brought that up. Sorry. I once fell down a rabbit or a YouTube rabbit hole listening to metal covers of Britney Spears music, says Redneck Atheist. Yeah, that kind of happened with me and Leo. Leo, really long name metal cover guy when I first found him. But yeah, every once in a while I'll get a kick on. I'll do listen to a lot of metal covers of like all kinds of shit. Ow. Franco, I'd have to date women younger than me, otherwise they are senile. Well, I mean, yeah, if you get to that point. Sure. Sure, I'll get to the close enough to that point. Like, what's your name again? You don't know either? Alright, this could be a problem. Not so sure the members of Anthrax would appreciate being compared to chopped cabbage with slaw dressing. However, completely accurate. Yeah, well, Lockwatcher, sure a lot of people don't appreciate being compared to coleslaw. Human bones as instruments sounds slightly illegal. Well, I mean, SK, sometimes you're just going for that certain sound quality and that certain tone, and sometimes there's only one way to get it. You know what I mean? Like, if that's what you got to work with, then, well, that's what you got to work with. Mouse is out. Have a groovy evening, Mouse. Keep looking over at this Loco Moco, like, and that ain't even gonna take that long to make either. That's the cool part. I'll have to make one first before I record making one, just to make sure I know what I'm in for. But yeah, Styx is a good band. But it was funny how many people were just going, oh yeah, okay. Weird. He's the one that came up with the idea, and it was just something funny to do. What's Moco Loco? A classic Loco Moco. It's an egg on top of a ground, like a hamburger patty on top of rice with gravy. 3 layers. Let's see. It's rice, hamburger patty, egg smothered in savory gravy. One serving is enough to make anyone have a heart attack. All right. Sounds good. So I'm going to try to make that. They recommend a lot of onions as well, which is great because I'm out of onions. But that's okay. But I eat onions like apples, so I go through onions quickly because sometimes I just eat like half an onion. I don't know. Is that weird? Poison? I used to listen to Poison when I was much younger. What was that? Talk Dirty to Me. Look What the Cat Dragged In. I remember I caught a few of those cassettes. Hey, well, let's do that there, Rob. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, there we go. Scruff in space. Cheers. You almost got it, Rob. My guilty pleasure is the Foo Fighters. Yeah, Foo Fighters is good. I listen to a lot of Nirvana and Foo Fighters. Back when I played guitar regularly, I played a lot of Nirvana and Foo Fighters. It's like, if you want to be a, I don't know if this is the right way to say that, but in my opinion, if you want to be a better guitar player, you need to be able to play anything. So I played a lot of everything, just to try different styles, different methods, different progressions, different patterns. But yeah, I sucked anyway, but at least I tried. Ow. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a motor night, that's for sure. Some days I'm like, you know what? Once everything finally goes south with my neck, like, it almost might, like, I'm gonna need some, like, maybe I'll get that SpaceX implant or Neuralink implant, and then just have them cut my fucking spine. Because if I can't walk anyway, then fuck it. I'd rather be pain free. If I'm not walking anyway, just cut my spine. God, I can't imagine what it would be like to exist for fucking 5 seconds without being in pain. Good God. I'd hate the rest of my life because I would know. You know what I mean? Phew. Stuart, clearly, I ate at McDonald's for years. It was one of my biggest regrets. Yeah, I used to eat McDonald's like 2 or 3 times a day for a while. Um, yeah, it was pretty bad. Now I eat McDonald's not even every week. Sometimes once or twice a week, sometimes not at all. That's usually sometimes now at this point, I usually just get chicken and fucking French fries. Well, steak fry, well, Western fries, like steak fries. I'll eat that all day at work. Um, but sometimes I'll go get the steak McMuff or the steak, egg, and cheese bagel with hash brown and coffee. And sometimes after work, I just need to go get me a motherfucking large fry. Pull up. Yeah, I need a large fry. All right, what else? That's it. Just a large fry? Yep. $4.49. All right. A little expensive for a large fry, but sometimes I just need a large fry. I didn't do any large fry. Actually, I haven't gone to McDonald's this week. I went last week for a large fry. I don't think I've gotten breakfast from there in a month. I'd like steak on my fries every day. Yeah. Actually, that's not a bad way to go either. Like stick your hash brown inside that sandwich sometimes. How much is a Big Mac in the USA right now? That's chocolate jelly bean. I actually have no idea. I never get a Big Mac. I always get the 2B cheeseburger with bacon, large size, large fries, Sprite. That meal is $12.29, if I'm not mistaken. Which isn't bad because anything with bacon on it at this point nowadays, you say add bacon in the USA, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, did you just say multiply the price by 50?" Okay. Fuck. California, the Big Mac meal here is around $18. Wow. Well, doesn't California there, David Garcia, does California have one of those taxes on like fast food, junk food, or something like that? Like I know UK and maybe some of Europe, I don't know, has like the sugar tax or sugar thing. Like I feel like California may have something similar to with like fast food or something, or is it really just that goddamn expensive? Because like, well, I think California also has a really high minimum wage. Josh Homan, I went to my local Wendy's for a large Coke, and the girl handed me the cup for free. Well, ain't nothing wrong with that. I think it was Spain where you could get a beer with your McDonald's. I do believe you are right, Ciberone. Do believe it is Spain that I've heard you could get a beer with McDonald's, which isn't a bad thing. I don't think so, but they did raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour. It's a good minimum wage. I mean, it kind of needs to be like it. You got everybody trying to push. Oh no, 750's fine. No, the fuck it is. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can imagine how much like a straight up Americanized Big Mac would be like over in the UK with all the taxes and all the like there's a lot of places doing that with the like the junk food tax or whatever version of that. It's the UK. It's just the UK that has the sugar tax thing. I feel like there's places in the US that have picked up on that, like states or localities, maybe. You have a sugar tax on soft drink. Okay, is it just soft drink? Is it like what about like candy? Like is candy overtaxed? Because since that's just sugar. California now has $20 an hour for fast food. All prices are up about 8%. Yeah, well, that's going to happen. I mean, like, if your business expense goes up, like, you're going to have to charge more for your product. McDonald's used to make a McChicken Big Mac, a chicken patty instead of a beef patty, says Lockwatcher. I don't know, seems familiar. I wonder if I've seen that. I think Philadelphia has a soft drink tax. Lem? It might. Just for drinks. Okay. I don't like McDonald's unless they start selling draft beer. That would be fucking funny. Can I get a bacon cheeseburger and give me a fucking Foster's. Yeah. Double quarter pounder with mac sauce, subbed for ketchup and mustard is a pretty damn good, says Redneck Atheist. Mac sauce is pretty good. Never quite locked into it though. That's why I don't really eat. That's why I don't eat Big Macs. If I've eaten a Big Mac, like someone had like extra one, you want this? I'm like, yeah, all right, cool. But like a Big Mac really isn't even coleslaw. Like I'll gladly eat coleslaw, but I'll only eat a Big Mac like if I'm kind of pretty hungry. I mean, like unless there's nothing. Stuart, can I ask a question here? No. No. Fine, yeah, of course. Asmo says the biggest cost increase is due to a logistics cost, i.e., gas. Wages is a small portion. Yeah, everything is going up. That's just kind of how that works, I guess. Back in 2000, McDonald's in Germany sold beer, says Chocolate Jelly Bean. Like I said, they've dabbled. Big Mac in the UK is equivalent to about $5.60. That's probably pretty close to what it's charged over here. If a large fry is $4.50, then a Big Mac, a sandwich being like $5 or $6 would sound about right. Especially because the meal is usually 12. The drink is 2 or 3. 5 cents of fucking fluid, some cold ice, and a 2-cent paper cup. Who got the COVID vaccination on here? Stuart asked. I got Pfizer Modern, but I haven't gotten a vaccination in probably 2 years. But I did get vaccinated, and I do still have the card just in case it comes up again. But in Maryland, the University of Maryland kept records of all the vaccinations. So there is a record of it somewhere. Burger King in the Philippines near the U.S. base sells beer. Well, that fucking makes sense, Asmo. I'm sure that helps bring over the GIs. Who's got beer? And Burger King? Shit. Hello, slice of America. Yeah. Patrick or what? I moved to a temporary place with McDonald's next door. Is going there every day, but going to move out in 2 weeks, so we'll stop at that. Not seeing health issues, but I order there only a breakfast sandwich or a salad and a wrap. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not doing all three, and as long as you got to watch, because some of those salads have more fat and calories in them than a Big Mac, which is amazing that McDonald's figured out how to do that. Have I seen Nobody? As Jacques Attack. Doesn't sound familiar. I'm assuming that's a movie. I can write that down. I did watch Martian. I think I said that. I think I updated that last week. I did watch Martian. The Martian. That was a good movie, except for like a couple of the some of the things were like, but then some of the other things were like, damn, like it's a mix of reality and movie magic, but it's a good movie. Free kombucha, that's really hit or miss with me. I don't know why. co-work space. We work in Singapore. It has a free beer after 4 p.m., but nobody drinks it as it's shit. Yeah, a lot of places, their chocolate jelly bean with free beer. It's usually free for a reason. But a lot of times, that's all the locals are good for. They're like, oh, that's free. It tastes like shit, but as long as I drink it every day, I'll get used to it. Nobody is a great action film on par with John Wick. All right. I have that written down. Yeah, the effects and all the visuals in The Martian were good. I haven't seen any of the John Wicks yet. Like, every time I'm about to start watching them, like another one's getting ready to come out, so I'm like, well, now I feel like I should wait. But I really need to start watching those. Maybe I'll watch the first one tonight. See what's up with this dog. I feel like the dog of John Wick is the Daisy of Doom. And if you know what I'm talking about, then fucking spot on. Spot fucking on. Then cheers to you. I'd rather get my probiotics, from yogurt that has a fungus mat over liquid that is woo. I think you're saying I'd rather get my probiotics from yogurt than a fungus mat over liquid that is kombucha. Yeah, I'm good with yogurt. I love me some Greek yogurt, preferably with strawberries or raspberries. Like I really like red fruits, especially strawberries. They're really fucking good. Oh, it's 9 o'clock anyway. Doop doop. Every once in a while, I'll get like them big motherfucking yogurts as opposed to like the packets. And, like I'm just not even have it as a snack, but like, yeah, I'm just gonna meal this motherfucker like a sad high schooler at home on the dance. Just pound through this bitch like it's an ice cream. Yogurt aisles? I mean, we have like a yogurt section. We don't have yogurt aisles. I've had honey on yogurt. That's fine sometimes. Not a huge honey person, but nothing wrong with it. Actually, there's the slightest possibility that someone may want me to build them a gaming PC. And the first, he's like, "Hey man, if situation, would you be cool build me a like a gaming PC?" And I looked at him, I'm like, "Can I water cool it?" He went, "Well, not sure exactly what we'll be doing." I'm like, "You just let me know if it goes down. I'll send you some spec sheets." Like I'm fucking itching to like build a computer and water cool the fuck out of it. But like these are good. Like I just finished water cooling that one, but it was an all-in-one. Like I want to do an actual water cooling DIY setup, but like these systems don't need it, and I'm not gonna start all over and buy another system. So I'm kind of like just kind of keeping an ear out of people around work. Like, you want a new computer? Okay, I'll build it for you. Okay, yeah, okay. Guys, I've watched so much Jay's 2 cents and fucking Gamers Nexus at this point. Like, Jesus Christ. And it sucks that EK Blocks is all fucked up now. They really make a good product, a huge variety of product, which is part of the fucking problem. You have a company with millions of dollars in inventory and no liquidity. Yeah, no shit, you can't pay anybody. Should not be so customized. Like, I understand that different manufacturers have different RAM layouts, they have different VRM layouts. But holy shit, at some point you gotta go, you need a more universal water block so that there's less SKUs involved in custom inventory that are all minimum purchases. too much customization. Too much customization. But yeah, custom loops are expensive. Corsair offers the something whatever, I don't fucking know, 405. Like that's the number, like in their kit, which is what is that, $700, 600 or $700 for the kit, but it comes with just about pretty much everything you need to do a custom loop for a CPU. I'm almost tempted to get that to put that on this, but I'm like, I just finished that, and I don't want to introduce Corsair hardware into it when I already have all the Thermaltake hardware as far as the fans go. So, couple years. By the time I get to build myself a new PC, I'm going to be like, I better be a motherfucking wizard at this shit, because I'm going to be watching everything. A scrant. I'm going to be, I think you've said that before, Lockwatcher. But, like, I've been studying, I've been watching, I'm learning as much as I can. Fucking hell. I'm about to, like, fucking water cool one of my cats. Like, this will help you keep you cooler. Stop twitching. One of my cats is going to end up looking like the Borg. Fucking like 360 millimeter all in one hanging off the tail. Too much customization, a real problem in America, says John Schumann. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Everyone, like, I was actually reading an article, some like super financial dude in Europe was saying that Americans have too much ambition. Like, we want to be so fucking far ahead of everybody that apparently it's starting to scare Europeans, because apparently innovation over in Europe is kind of like a little more laxed, and they're worried about falling behind because Americans apparently are over ambitious compared to the rest of the world, which is why you have shit like this. And I know EK is German or Slovakia based. But I think they caught some of that influence of the Americans willing to buy anything that says custom. So hence they have, I think it's 137 SKUs just for GPU water blocks. Like, that's just for the 40 series. Like, holy shit. Shave cat, apply heatsink compound, strap heatsinks on it, says Lem. Yeah, it'll be like a steampunk slash Mad Max cat. I'm sure Spaz would appreciate that. Redneck Atheist, I really want to do a delidded direct eye water cooling computer just to do it. Oh yeah, I'd love to do a direct eye with something water cooled, which is the other problem with EK. They make some of the best direct eye coolers, but they're all fucked up right now. But Alpha Cool makes some good stuff, and if you just go on like performance-pcs.com, like no sponsors or whatever, and that bullshit, but performance-pcs.com does have a lot of really good deals, and they carry a good inventory of shit like that. Choco Jelly, being American is about money, not ambition. Well, that's the thing, because Americans directly tie ambition to money. So we don't see ambition as just being bettering yourself or being, just doing better and helping people out more. We see, well, if I can do better, I can get more money. Do better, get money. Do better, get money. And that's what most of America's drive is: do better, get money. So yeah, it is pretty much tied directly to money. Slovenia? Okay. Thank you, TJ. Thought that's what it was. Originally, I thought it was Germany, but I think I'm getting confused with Der Bauer. I think he's in Germany. I don't know. Like, I'm learning a lot all at once, so figuring out who is where and not punching your microphone is, getting that sorted out. America, land of the free, home of the slave. That's pretty much it, Stuart. It's Americans exist to work. And that's just how that is. The American dream is to work. And to mow the lawn on the weekends, more work. That's why I mow the lawn on Tuesdays, usually. Because Mondays, I just don't fucking feel like it. And Tuesdays is usually just fine. Christ, I spec'd out, like, if I were to make the outrageous water cooling system that I would like to make for my next PC, like, not including the case, it was like $2,500. I went, Jesus Christ, dude, are you fucking serious? You need to calm the fuck down. That's not even the case. But I want, like, my idea at this point, which it may change in the next year and a half, 2 years, is I would love to have a red, I want all clear tubing, mostly black with some white, or silver, or, some polished nickel or whatever in there. But I want to have a red loop for the CPU, a purple loop for the GPU, and then just for kicks, even though it's completely useless, but just for kicks, have a small blue loop for the solid state drives. So it would be a 120 going out the back for the solid state drives, a 360 probably on the bottom blowing up, and then a 360 on top blowing out, and then something in the front, and then like a plexiglass distribution plate by who knows, whoever. But who knows? Like, that's why I'm saving now for a computer in a couple years, because it's going to be fucking stupid outrageous, and I'm not going to want to try and come up with that kind of money all at once. Alma says, I think if you really enjoy what you're working at, then you've won, but you need the money in this world to survive, so you need to be paid for your performance. Yes, I do firmly agree that you should be paid based on performance. Tuesday is coming. Did you bring your coat? I do not have my coat. And I probably am going to have to mow the lawn on Tuesday, because it's starting to just do that spring thing where it just won't stop growing, and you just want to go out there and just like punch your lawn and tell it to knock it the fuck off. God, there's so many times I've walked out there and been like, man, I'm about to pave this entire fucking thing. It's so annoying. Mowing lawns. I don't know why. It's like, it takes me like 45 minutes, but it's like, I could be doing anything else right now. Oh, well. Richmond, north of Richmond, Oliver Anthony music. Cover by Dax is worth a listen to. Running it. I gotta find more fucking post-it notes. I think I have. Well, I guess if I don't have any downstairs, I can just order some from my store. I think that's part of the reason why I have so much weird stuff in the store, is because I'm like, well, if I need post-it notes, I might as well just get my own fucking symbol on them. Or like, if I need glasses, I can like either use Jack Attack's glass, which he won't give me the address to send it to him, or I can like my fucking shoes. Yeah, my little slip-ons. And it's like, keep in mind, anybody that's watching this can open your own Printify a thing, and just like, you don't have to like officially open a store. You can just start printing your own custom shit and making your own clothes and getting them like pretty fucking good price. Just throwing that out there. You don't need to have like a storefront. You can just buy direct from Printify, and like, it doesn't cost anything to open an account. There it is. Richmond, north of Richmond, Oliver Anthony music. All right. What shaver do you use to shave your head? Norelco, or Philips Norelco 3000 series. Like a triple head shaver flexi thing. And I have a Philips Norelco 7000 multi thing, whatever, for like big shaving, trimming stuff. You guys know you know, guys, one can get paid for leaving compute power using crypto like render. Oh yeah, there goes your electricity bill. I used to grind Bitcoin and Doge and Shib. Like, you use as much power grinding fucking crypto as you do having your own grow. Ask me how I know. But that's all right. I got lucky. I invested in Ethereum when it was at 1200, and now it's at like 3 grand. So I think crypto is also going to play a major role in paying for the computer in a couple years. Because assuming it just keeps going, because I'm a hodler, as it were, I just bought a bunch of different crypto, like a little bit of a lot, but decent amount of Ethereum. I have like 1.5 Ethereum staked for the past 3 years. Um, but assuming the trend continues as it does, or at least whatever, even if it goes back to 1200, if I can cash out, that will end up going into the new computer in a couple years as well. How do you make pot flour? I was talking about it for how do I make pot flour? What do you mean pot flour? Like, how do I make marijuana go into the flower stage from vegetation there, Fama? Yes. Okay. So typically speaking, once your sapling is doing its thing, or once your clone has roots and it's settled into soil, you're going to be running your lights 18 to 24 hours. You know, more blue than red, depending on what you want to do. I ran my lights 18 because it was just too fucking hot upstairs during the summer. Even with an air conditioner in the room, it just wasn't cost efficient. So mine turned off from 1 till 7 um, during the day all the time. But anyway, so you're going to want to run veg for at least 4 weeks to get good set of roots. And while you're running it, you're going to want to trim stuff. You're going to want to do some like bending, some super cropping, where like you bend it, you kind of pinch, you like pinch bend a branch, but you don't break it off. Like, you make sure it's still there, and then like that will actually help train it, and it will called super cropping. It just helps make it firmer, and then like you take your flowers and you start growing them sideways instead of up. Then as you're growing them sideways, all the little side guys that would come out will actually come up. So instead of having like 2 or 4 main stalks, you have just rows of main stalks. You kind of do that for a few weeks, or as long as you like. And then you switch over to a more redder light, or just add red light, but you need to add more light in general, like a little more light. Like, I usually add another 33 to 50% of light, including a red light. And then you cut it to 12 hours a day. That simulates, the onset of fall. The sun's coming at a lower angle, so there's less blue light, more red light. Plants know this. And then you have to stop when you have twice as much room, because most cannabis will double from veg to flower when it starts to bud. So make sure you have plenty of room between your lights and your cannabis so you don't burn your buds. Like, plan on it being, if it's 2 feet, don't eyeball it and go, foot. Like, if it's 2 feet, plan for 2.5, and then add clearance to your lights. That's very important. You don't want to burn your cannabis, because if you turn the lights off, yeah, you're not going to burn it because you're using less light, but you're using less light, less good buds. Yeah. So 12 hours on, 12 hours off. You want to keep it obviously constant temperature. I kept it around 68 degrees, 55 roughly percent humidity, but that's kind of just how Maryland houses are. Did I get to answering your question yet? I just started fucking talking and talking and talking. God, sometimes I just start running the fuck off. Oh, how do I make? Oh, how do I make it flower? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, but the biggest thing is to make sure you plan for enough clearance up there. What I usually do, and like you get like the grids, like the 4x4 grids, like gardening grids. Put that about a foot and a half up, and then my 7-foot tents, I would usually grow it to about 2 feet, just through the trellis, and then I'd have another one about a foot and a half above that that would pop. That once I hit flower, it would pop through that, and that's just to support it from falling over. And it would pop through that, and then most of the buds would occur just above the upper trellis, like trellis twine thing. Like you find it in your gardening section. It's just a big net, basically. Oh, 4:20. Well, I'm running a little bit late. I got a cool fucking sandwich I gotta make here soon. But yeah, lots of airflow, constant moving. In each tent, I had a stick fan that went side to side just to stimulate breeze, because that helps the plants as well. The motion helps them want to be more sturdy, so they will grow a little more stout. Stouter plants mean they last longer and they can flow more nutrients up to the buds. I'm asking for a friend. I know that's cliche, but he's on dialysis for kidneys and is trying to grow his own. Thank you for that information. Yeah, that's. Need to know anything, just let me know. You can even email me. If you don't know the address, it is show@scrufdog.live. Like, if you have cannabis questions, like anybody, like, I can give you advice. I can help you. I'm one of them people that when I get into something, I need to learn everything about it. And I'm still learning with cannabis, but I feel like I've learned a pretty decent amount that I can help other people out. So by all means, anybody has any questions, like just email me. I'll usually reply within a couple days. Thank you. Thank you, Stuart, for 5 years. Good man. I'm still my thing, but I do appreciate that, and we do as well, Stuart. You know, like I tell people, I help people when I can. I just do my thing. Like, can I have some cannabis? Ask Ed. If you walk in, you will walk out high. And that's the best I can tell you. If you walk in this house, like, you will probably walk out high or stumble out. I don't even know if Ed's still here. I haven't seen him post, but he likes to lurk. Ed has child now, so he can't always stay glued to the tube, as it were. Cannabis and the can bus. Yes, Lockwatcher. I still need to get around to, like, I need to go to like Crown Cork and Seal. They're like a can manufacturer. Like, you go there are stacks like 50 feet high of just empty cans without lids. And like, they're not even like shrink wrapped. They're just sitting there, and it's like, you, hey, can you go grab that forklift? No, I don't. I feel like if I drive past it too quickly, this shit'll fall over. But I'd love to go there and get a custom can made that just says "can of bus" with, like, some goofy illustration of like a fucking school bus, but like you crack it open, it's just a bunch of weed inside because it's a cannabis. I don't know. You know what I mean. If you can make it past the door, says, well, see, Ed knows what's up. Yeah, you may get a contact high just walking in. It always smells like pot in here. I think Ronnie is smoking weed in my house when I'm not here. I'm not positive, but I think it's Ronnie that's smoking weed in here. May have to put some extra cannabis. I have to put some extra cannabis in here. You have to put some extra cameras in here to keep an eye on them. 9:24. Oh, it's good enough time for two. Blackwatcher, I've seen cans of those videos falling. Oh yeah, I love those shit. You see, a lot of times you'll see them on the forklift fail videos, which obviously I have a special dedication to watching and going, oh, no, no, come on, it's that direct. Oh, what are you doing? Yeah, I watch that shit all the time, and I just, a lot of times I get overly critiquing with it. Ah, but that's what you do. Just like when I was building theaters, like I was playing Duke Nukem and you walk into the fucking like strip club. And as I'm walking into the strip club, I'm looking up at the Lecos fucking hanging above the stage going, wow, that's actually not too bad. That's pretty accurate. That's good. And I'm like looking for cables and like, it's yeah, fucking weird. Oh, Lecos being like big lights. Like the light Clive showed today on his stream, the little can, like these are like the big daddy versions of those for the most part. They may have an official name, I don't know. I just always called them Lecos. Ooh. See, Barone says if I go out clubbing, I normally get home with pictures of the light systems. Yeah, yeah, like there you go. Like I still do that shit. I'll walk around like how like in America, and I think we got it from Europe, like the open industrial look where like you go into the grocery store and you see all the rafters and shit. There's no longer like finished fancy ceilings. You just see everything. Like that's like the new industrial whatever look. Um, but now that you have that, you have a lot more interesting lights like in stores and stuff, different ways to light that aren't always just your typical LED light looking fluorescent bulbs and shit. So you do get to see some interesting in-store lighting now as well with the industrial look. So I do still look up a lot when I go into stores. Or if I go into like theaters or whatever, which I haven't actually been in an acting type theater. Well, I guess I mean I was at the Baltimore Convention Center 6 or 7 years ago. I saw oh my god, I always fucking forget their name. Uh guy plays piano, like Rocky, whatever. They got that song Saturday Night where the video is like him being a spy and like with some chick thing. Oh man, the concert was great. No, not Rob. Um, they do a lot of charity work too. Like one of their charities is actually is named after their song. God, I always forget their name. Um, but anyway, I was at the last time I was at anything with a theater, and part of the concert, there was a piano hanging above everyone the entire time on tracks, and they did a thing where he actually was on the piano and came down and like as he played, they took him to the stage above everybody's head, which was really cool. No, not Elton John. This is like a newer band thing. Um, Panic at the Disco. TJ got it. Mr. VertoThermoWhoofle, which I guess we'll go ahead and do one of them on the way out here. I'll do one of those at 9:30, and then we'll get ready to head on out so I can go make a Loco Moco. Yeah. Thank you, TJ. But yes, Panic at the Disco. Fucking amazing concert. Um, very well put together. Very impressive rigging. Like, as I was there, I was looking at how they did it and looking at the different lighting situations, how the piano was rigged, and I was like, you guys are fucking spot on. Like, there's a Baltimore Convention Center, especially does have a challenging mother grid because it is very old. Went to the same tour, yeah, Death of the Bachelor. There you go. Yeah, TJ knows what's up. Great concert, it's fucking amazing. And the best thing is like sometimes it's the little gimmicks that really fucking get you going in the beginning. And he started that tour with the classic boing, like springboard out of the stage kind of thing, and then just land and start singing. Great concert. Problem with the concerts, I can't go to them anymore because those seats are so fucking uncomfortable. I'm no good for a week. My neck and my back, like there's not enough Motrin and cannabis in the world. Um, but that was probably going to be the last concert I'd ever go to. Like it's even hard to go to see a movie theater unless they have like the fucking recliner seats in them. because even just regular theater seats are just kind of rough on my back. Yeah, Elton John's still alive. Pretty sure he's, I don't know, he's one of them people that every 2 years they say he died. I feel like he was just on TV not too long ago. Well, it says he is and not was, so that's good. Yeah, he's still alive. That's the thing. That's the easy way. When you do Google search a name, the first thing it says they either is or they was. That's one good clue. They is or they was. While Loco Moco is a Hawaiian dish, our local Mexican restaurant has a version on the menu says Lockwatcher. I feel like that would be good with some what's that CHR Mexican what's that meat? It's CH, it's got an R in it. It's like a Mexican-y chorizo. I think that would be good with some chorizo on it too. Yeah, I could see a Mexican version. I mean, I could see any culture slash area is going to have something awesome that would be on that, but I could see some chorizo on that. I thought chorizo was made of sweat. I think it's chorizo that I'm thinking of. Like the red sort of kind of spicy-ish meat stuff. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. All right. Mandela effect. Absolutely, dude. Just fucking Berenstein Bears, man. You know what I'm saying? James Randolph knows what's up. Willie Nelson dies about every other month. Willie Nelson is so high, redneck atheist, that he might as well. He is so chill that that's probably why they're like, damn, he's dead. Meanwhile, Woody Harrelson's like, nah, man, he's just fucking chill. You should see the fucking joint he just smoked. He ain't dead. He's chill. Oh, chorizo is beef. Okay, I thought so. Like beef or sauce. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, because that's what I usually get at when I was doing building the theaters. It was a lot of you're at construction sites because you're putting that shit in before all the walls are up. Otherwise, you ain't fitting half of it in there. Um, and you get a lot of course, they were all called almost every one of them was called Tony's Diner. I think that's like an actual national chain, but almost every one of them had breakfast burritos of chorizo, eggs, onions, this fucking incredible sauce, and I'd get one of those, and I'd get a like a pulled pork or like a pork mix fucking breakfast burrito in the mornings. For most of them, they seem to all have like a very similar thing, and I guess shit was good. I love chorizo. I always forget the name or think I'm saying the wrong name now. Chorizo is spicy red sausage made from pork parts. Okay, yeah, Cassie's got it. Yeah, that's the spicy red stuff. That is chorizo. All right. Let's do a VertoThermoWhoofle, and then I will get ready to rock and roll on out of here. Panic at the Disco. I don't know why I always forget that name. Like, they're a fucking great band. They do a lot of good for, like, a lot of people, too. Alright. Let's see here. Is that still work? Oh, it is still work. Yeah, hold on. Let me be a good host. There we go. Alright. And number 2. Ooh, that's pretty good. Chorizos are long, thin, dirty Spanish sausages whose characteristic flavoring is paprika, either sweet or hot. Their meat is unpredictable and in the past has included donkey. That tastes good. And Bringing up that LED strip. That's why I got new one. I actually got two. Are they 60 foot? Or no, I either got two 60 foot or two 30 foot. 15 meter. Two 15-meter LED strips. Like tapes to redo the lighting in here. Whenever I get around to it. You're seeing the ones that are taped to the ceiling. That's the thing. That's the long line there. Let me flip it on back. Freddy's chillin'. A resident face hugger. Ready to welcome any newcomers as needed. Brendan Urie. Yep. Retired from making music since he's had a kid. Huh. No shit, I didn't know that. That's right, that is his name. Yeah. Weird, I know a Brandon Urie. Definitely not as creative, I would say. Freddy the face hugger got warmed up slightly. He gets a little warm sometimes. He catches that wave. So I can still see the thermal thing here. But I check every once in a while. He's fine. He gets a coating of the anti-flammable spray stuff as well. Chorizo is pork. Yeah, chorizo's just good. It's red, spicy meat. That's pretty much all we need to know. Franco, Willie Nelson died in 2004, but nobody told him. Yeah, I know a couple dudes like that. I work with one guy. Pretty sure he died like 5 years ago, but he just had too much stuff to do, so he just was like, you gotta hold the fuck up. Phew. Alright. I am gonna go make a Loco Moco, and then I'm going to go watch John Wick 1. Because I guess it's about time I actually watch it. I feel like we may have watched it on a Friday night, but maybe I was busy. Or just super fucking stoned, but I was probably busy. Who knows, but I'm gonna go watch part 1. Anyway, appreciate everyone's appreciation. And we'll be back on Wednesday for that beast right there, the B2 bomber. And Thursday on Discord, I've been doing a Kerbal Space Program 2 exploration mode. A few people showing up here and there. That's one of the ones you can watch if you want to watch. You don't have to talk. You don't have to text. You don't have to have a microphone. There's a like text channels if you want to chat like you do here. If you want to stop by, sure we can sort out a link somewhere. Should have pulled that up before I fucking. That's the one link I do occasionally forget to get before the show. But Discord is opening. Just for those of you that are still here that might not have it. Copy that. And, oh, you mother friend. Hold on. I'm on the wrong screen. I can come over to here and put it right there. There you go. So if you want to check out the KSP thing, and then once we're pretty much done with exploration mode, we'll see what's next to play. And hopefully, I get my ass together here and we'll just have an Atari night, which will probably end up being a Thursday night, but I'll do it on YouTube. Get the old Atari out and have like a hangout session on a Thursday, which seems to work pretty good. Because I used to have Thursdays were booked for Clive, but now I'll just do my stream. Don't forget to leave a comment after the stream as it helps the channel grow, says Franco. Yes, any participation helps. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Again, I will see you this week, next week, and watch out this coming week for the cat wall time lapse. That'll be coming out to the public, and we'll go from there. So, I am going to get on out of here and go make me a Loco Moco, and I will let you know how it is. So again, thank you. Be groovy to each other, and I will talk to you soon. I am out of here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.